Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, members of council, members of staff, and those that are joining us in the chambers and those that are watching through the town's YouTube channel. Welcome to council chambers on this beautiful November the 12th day, and it's a Tuesday. And usually, as everyone is aware, we meet on Mondays, but today is a Tuesday because yesterday we took the opportunity to take a break and celebrate and remember and honor those that had given the sacrifices of their life to protect our rights and freedoms. So we had the opportunity to work with the Stony Plain Legion and have a Remembrance Day ceremony, and then we took the day off to kind of honor and remember those that have given so much to our community. Members of council, looking before you, there is an agenda that was provided. Just a note, I think at the last council meeting on October 28th, we had deferred 3 items from that meeting. That was 9.1, 9.2, 9.3, and that was the 2023 year-end report, the Q3 of the Strategic and Corporate Plan report, and also the 2024 Q3 report as well. As you can see, they're not on the agenda, so I'm just going to, as you can see, the agenda is fairly full, so those will be deferred to the November 25th meeting. And if I can have somebody make the motion that adopts the agenda with also that motion as well. Is that okay?
Thank you. Through the Mayor, to all of council, we have the minutes from the October 28th regular council meeting, amending that motion to defer them to the 25th rather than to today's meeting. Okay. So that'll be a little bit later in the agenda. Okay, so you just, administration just changed that on the October 28th meeting minutes? Through the Mayor, that will be correct. Okay. That is good, because I had that highlighted that we said the 12th, but it says the 28th there. Thank you. The Mayor's Council, that is your agenda. Deputy Mayor, can I have a motion, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move that Town Council adopt the November 12th, 2024 regular council meeting agenda as presented this evening.
Okay, thank you. I'll call the question. All in favor? That is carried. Okay, moving on to number 3 of our agenda is the public input session. This is the time that we allow residents to talk to council on anything that's not on the current agenda. Administration, has anybody registered to speak? Through the Mayor, nobody has registered to speak this evening. Okay. Anybody in the gallery like to speak to council on anything that's not on the current agenda tonight? Okay, see none, we'll move on. Number 4 is presentations and delegations, and today we have one presentation, and we are joined by the Edmonton International Airport with Executive Director Myron, welcome, and also Brian, Transportation Logistics. Gentlemen, there is a sign-up sheet if you can sign in there. Speak directly in the mics, and you have about 10 minutes to make your presentation, and the council will get to ask you really hard and difficult questions.
Excellent. Okay. We're looking forward to this. Thank you very much for your time today. I will introduce myself first. Myron Keenan, the President and CEO of Edmonton International Airport, which also includes Villeneuve Airport, a very key asset just to the west of here, north, I guess, north and west of here. And I'd like to introduce my colleague who's joined me today.
Hi, good evening. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Brett Bain. I have been a resident of Stony Plain, for about 24, 25 years. My wife's family is a founding family here in the community, so if you know the name Ulmer or Barth and Gossett and all those kinds of names, then you would certainly know who they are. So I believe she's related to about half the town, give or take. But Justin, just a note that Ray and I work together. Your cousin and I, Ray and I, work together on a daily basis. So very, very pleasurable to appear before you this evening and make a presentation with Myron. Thanks.
So I'll run through a quick presentation. We'll leave with you and the values and actually asking the questions. Any hard questions, I'll give to Brett sitting next to me, so it's perfect. Just wanted to talk a little bit about the airport itself. We're a regional asset, and really we work better when we're doing it together collectively. We've seen that within the region. And really, the airport's there to act as a accelerator of growth in the region. We'd want to be a governor of growth. We want to be able to accelerate growth for both passenger and cargo traffic, and that is very important. Not just passengers getting people to go in and out of here, attract business investment, but also move goods. And that's particularly important for things like agri-foods, et cetera, we see moving out of regions such as this. There's been a lot of developments in the airport in the last about 8 to 10 years. Of course, COVID played a role in hampering some of that, but about $1.5 billion of private investments come in, and we've got a long runway of new investment coming, one which was announced just about 20 minutes ago, which was the federal government selecting Edmonton as their destination for the main operating base for the aircraft to support the northern sovereignty in Canada as part of the NORAD agreement, was just literally announced about 30 minutes ago. So still have to do a lot of negotiations and diligence, but a great win for this region. A lot of jobs will be created. So where's the airport overall? Last year we served about 7.5 million passengers, 50 destinations nonstop, about 90% of our pre-pandemic levels. And can output about $4.9 billion and about 21,000 jobs. If you remember back a couple years ago, I do remember when we could bowl in the airport and not hit a passenger. And we were actually buying bananas, and everyone was licencing the bananas at home because we didn't know what was going on with COVID, and we were closed to international service. So Edmonton in this region was really only a domestic airport, and so seen a very steady increase in that. And again, I'll provide that some context in a moment to that. Our priorities are these 5 main areas. I'm not going to read them to you. You can see them on the screen. The council has this, but it's really about how do we focus and utilize the airport to act as that accelerative growth, and we have to do so in a sustainable way. So it can't be just done without thinking about impacts generationally and long-term, and making sure we have the right people to actually do that, and that's part of the team that makes it so successful. So some of the recent air service announcements and highlights, you've seen growth into some of the major hubs. WestJet being our largest carrier, a very important carrier for our region and for Alberta, being over half of our travel, but launching Atlanta and San Francisco and Nashville. Atlanta is the largest airport in the world. So it's the #1 hub connecting the world, with KLM connecting to the second largest hub in Europe, which is Amsterdam, with Condor at the bottom connecting to the biggest hub in Europe, Frankfurt. So being able to use these different capacities. Denver, of course, with United Airlines, Porter Airlines launching, Air Canada, and of course Flair being based here in Edmonton. So this year we'll finish around 94 to 95% of where we were pre-pandemic, and we're looking forward to a record year in 2025. This is just an example of the destinations you can fly to year-round and some seasonal services from the Edmonton region. And you'll still notice some holes in the map. We are working aggressively on Eastern Seaboard, on places like Texas, and into the U.S. Midwest. And stay tuned for future announcements in coming periods of time on to fill in some more dots on those maps. So flying nonstop really matters, and what's really important, and one of the reasons we wanted to come chat with you as one of the important communities in the Edmonton Metro region is because the airport can't do anything by itself. We're a facilitator of bringing together airlines and partners and businesses, but it's really you and the communities that really drive and know your community. We don't know Stony Plain. Brett does, of course, through his wife, but I don't know Stony Plain like you'll know Stony Plain. And what's really important is for people to use the services we actually have. Airlines are very mobile in their asset. They're very expensive assets, and they're highly mobile. So unlike other businesses, when someone builds a factory, they build a factory, it stays put. In our case, the factory for an airline is actually mobile. And so we're not competing with a route to fly from somewhere else in Canada to Edmonton. We're competing globally for where that asset, that airplane can actually be deployed, particularly into the U.S. markets. And we all know what's going on in the U.S. economy. In the last year, it's been on fire in a good way with growth there. So every seat matters flying out of Edmonton. Every fare class matters, making sure people use front of the airplane as well. It's really important. And airlines use the data that we provide to make route decisions. So we're working with right now a couple of large companies to get some service into a hub that they need. And it's been the data that's come from the business community that's been vital for the airline to even consider flying into this region. So your support in working with the business community, with your economic development team, is really important for us to really drive air service. And we want to hear from you. We want to hear from the community, where do you want to fly? Now, everybody wants to fly everywhere they can for as cheap as possible. We fully understand that. There's an economic side to this business as well that has to make sense for the airlines. But it's really important that we work with the community to understand and reflect what the community is actually looking for. So I'll talk about the Regional Air Services Fund really quickly, and I know that Stony Plain participated in the initial year of this. Without this fund, we would not be recovered. The airports that didn't have this, that are smaller in size, are about the 60 to 65% recovered basis. So this made a huge difference, because when airlines are looking to put a mobile asset somewhere that's easily moved, they're looking at 3 main things. Is there airport support? Is there political support? And is there business support? And if one of those 3 stools, the leg stool isn't there, the stool falls over. So the community coming together regionally to support that Air Service Fund made a huge difference for airlines to step up to put in flights. It's still having an impact today, not just passenger, but also cargo flights, which are really important for the business community. And cargo flights, as much as they're not as fun, I don't want to get on you shouldn't go in a cargo box to fly somewhere. Wouldn't be comfortable. It's been tried by people, believe it or not. Wouldn't be comfortable, but it's really important for the business because that has a huge spin-off effect on jobs in the community. Whether it be people making extra food, making extra honey in a community, making whatever it is and shipping it, that has an incremental impact on economic development in your region and in your economic development values, and then obviously the tax base. So air cargo last year we struggled with air cargo collectively. Globally, cargo tonnage has shrunk overall, and part of that's because we're now buying goods in stores again, which is great. Not everybody's getting Amazon delivered 6 times a day to their house, or whoever else they use for e-commerce, but it's really good. But cargoes are really important from an economic perspective for our region, and so you see a lot of work going on in cargo, which I'll talk about in a moment. When we're developing, I talked earlier about sustainability being key. And we're really focused on how do we develop the airport but have the lowest environmental footprint possible and ensure that it's not just about environment when we talk about sustainability, it's about ensuring we have equal opportunities so people have opportunities to participate that don't normally have an opportunity to participate. What you see on a rendering on here is our new international cargo hub. And this development at full build out is about a $5 billion development. It's about 60 million square feet, give or take a foot or two of distribution, logistics, warehousing, and warranty fulfillment. And the province is building a new interchange right now with the City of Leduc called 65th Avenue. The first anchor tenant in here is the solar farm, which will be, when constructed, will be the largest solar farm at an airport in the world. It's about 20 times more than the power the airport needs for running the airport. That power will be sold back into the grid to help lower the grid overall. In addition to that, the announcement I mentioned about earlier with the Department of National Defense is actually one of the tenants that's going in this space as well that was just announced today. So sustainability is really important, and doing things in the right way is important because we can do activity, but if it's not proper, we have a core value to do the right things right. So everything from solar to hydrogen fuel cells, the hydrogen cars out front, if you want to take it for a little drive, happy to oblige anyone. That's a future of transportation in our opinion. But really working on hydrogen, sustainable aviation fuel, and working with our First Nations in a meaningful way. And Montana First Nations has been a great partner for us. It's not the only partnership we have, but one we have, we're actually using drones to deliver medical supplies to their medical community, medical center. It's quite a neat initiative. It's actually driving the future of aviation, because in the future, autonomous systems will pick people up from in front of a building like this and transport you somewhere. And there won't even be a pilot on board. And that is, science fiction's become science fact. It's flying in Dubai. They did it at the Paris Olympics. You can move between sites in a 100% autonomous drone. You get in it, it takes off and lands somewhere else. So the future of that is actually happening. We want that future to happen in this region and create the jobs around that. The last thing I'll talk about really quickly here is the green shipping corridors. This area, of course, being big in logistics, and see the growth in logistics because of Prince Rupert Port. We work collaboratively between ourselves and the federal government, the province of Alberta, the UAE, Japan, Korea, CN Rail and the Port of Prince Rupert and Transport Canada to sign a green shipping corridors at COP last year. And that's to create a green logistics supply chain that sees the Edmonton metro region benefit economically from the opportunities to move goods between Asia into the United States and South America and backwards the other direction. So more work to come on that as we move forward. Last thing I'll talk about is Villeneuve really quickly. Villeneuve, an important asset, just that direction from it, if I got my directions right, where I'm sitting in council chambers. But in really important, close enough, okay. Really important, out 9 kilometers west of St. Albert, I know that, in Sturgeon County, but a really important piece of aviation infrastructure. Pilot training, a lot of activities happening in drones and fixed-wing drones there. A lot of neat things in aerospace, innovation is happening there. And also for the future of aviation, we really need to have young pilots. Pilot shortage is a challenge. During COVID, a lot of pilots retired. There was no pilot training because you couldn't be in a cockpit with someone else. So having the ability to have that airport really close to here, it's also great for business. So there are businesses located, for example, in Atchison that have chosen Atchison or this region because they can put their private airplane at Villeneuve Airport. So for us, it's really about how do we work collaboratively across the ecosystem and where can we work collaboratively together. It's really about working together in this region and with others on things like transit and infrastructure, utilities, and clean energy. We want to know from you and your community what we can do better. Where can we work collaboratively together? You know your community, we don't know it as well as you do. And we want to serve your community better. And how do we work collaboratively, work to support your entrepreneurs within your municipality and the region around you? So community is important to us. We've done a lot through raising community charities. This year, we ran our golf tournament another $105,000. We support about 150 different organizations every year. And one of the asks we have of council today and administration is, don't have to answer it today, but what's important to you in your community and how can we be involved with your community? Where is there meaningful impact we can make? This year for 2024, we supported the Fort Saskatchewan Food Bank. Their director unfortunately had passed away suddenly, and so they had a gap, and so we thought it was important for us to step up and support that food bank as well as the one in Leduc and District Food Bank, but we obviously want to hear from you what's important for you within your community. And with that, I will stop and take all the tough questions for Mr. Bain next to me. Okay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Myron. Appreciate it. And members of council, any questions for clarity and understanding? Okay. Councillor Meyer, go ahead.
Yeah, just for clarity, RASOF, I forget what it stood for. In your presentation, you said that we had supported that last time. I'm just curious. I'm looking to administration if that's the case. Yeah.
Okay, I'll answer.
There we go.
It was the Regional Air Opportunity Fund that was presented by Empton Global during, I think it was 2021, I believe was the first year. It was asking for a 3-year commitment. Council at the time decided to go with a 1-year commitment first to see how it went, and after the first year, we've seen that it has taken off, so we chose not to support the second and third years. Okay, any other questions and comments, clarity? Councillor Pacheco, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for coming this evening. Always nice to hear from our regional support. Just a quick question on your Air City Sustainability Campus and the International Cargo Hub. Is that something that's already being built, or is that something that's coming?
Thank you for the question. The interchange that the province of Alberta and the city of Leduc are building is under construction right now. We went through a process with the city of Leduc to pay for the design work of that, and we contributed to the new interchange at the main airport entrance. This is now the province and the city of Leduc contributing to that next one chunk. Next year, you'll see shallow utilities and deep utilities going in, and then you'll see buildings coming up probably 2026, 2027.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions for clarity and understanding? Okay. Seeing none, I have a couple. One is in terms of the cargo that you mentioned on your presentation slide. So in terms of you know, what came first, the chicken or the egg? So did the passengers drive the cargo, or did the cargo drive the passengers?
Yeah, great question. I think it depends on the airline. So international service, I'll use KLM as an example, or Condor, those services wouldn't fly if there wasn't cargo below. So I won't get into specific of what's in those planes every day, but there's food from this region in the bottom of that plane every day it flies to Amsterdam. And it's not just staying in Amsterdam, it's going into the Middle East and other parts of the world. So the cargo is vitally important for long-haul international travel. So it's both.
Thank you. And then follow up to that, you mentioned that the passenger traffic has recovered about 90% of pre-pandemic levels, but you never mentioned the cargo.
Yeah. So cargo is down about 9.5%. We were one of the few airports growing globally in cargo during COVID because we saw everything amassing into the Edmonton Metro region as a distribution center. We've seen the numbers drop. We're about 9.5% down last year in cargo. So we'll be lower than the highest level ever that we've actually had, which was during COVID, ironically. But cargo volumes, we're starting to see the world, cargo volumes starting to climb a little bit again. It's unfortunate that that's not the right words. It's fortunate we're located where we are geographically, because if you look at, and why the international cargo makes so much sense here, if you look at the flights that leave Asia every day and fly to the East Coast of the United States, or flights that leave Europe and fly to the West Coast of the United States, they fly right over top of Edmonton. The X is here in the middle. And so the International Cargo Hub is really targeted towards that activity. So that's for flights that are coming from, that will be attracting from those are our larger aircraft, 777s and 747s, that right now are doing technical stops in places like Anchorage, but they don't add cargo there. But coming to Edmonton, they can add cargo. And why that hub is so important, it's not about shipping goods into the US, which is great for Canada. It's about the outbound capacity going back to Asia and Europe and the Middle East that will come out of this region to provide opportunities here for our manufacturers, et cetera, to access those markets. So that's really what the International Cargo Hub is focused on. We will see some volatility on the other side as we order less e-commerce, et cetera, or e-commerce gets trucked into our region. But getting that capacity outbound is really important for us on the food side and on our manufacturing side.
Thank you. Any more questions for clarity and understanding? Seeing none, I'll ask another question. In terms of the Villeneuve Airport, I think you mentioned it a couple times through your presentation. Just recently, Sturgeon County passed the area structure plan that shows the design of the improvements that will happen around the airport based on the kind of projections of the growth of the airport. Can you provide some timelines in terms of expansion and growth of the Villeneuve Airport?
Yeah, great question. So some of it is a little premature for me to talk about because there'll be some announcements coming up. But we are working on some additional development at Villeneuve Airport that will be announced and start construction next year. I can't speak to the specific partners that are involved in that work because it would be premature to do so, and they'll want to announce it on their own timing. I can't speak specifically, Mayor Choi, to the items around the airport that the county has aligned, but we are working collaboratively with Mayor and Council there and administration on ensuring that developments happen in a way that can accelerate growth, not just for the airport, but for the region around it.
Thank you. One last time. Okay. Seeing none, on behalf of Council, thank you for the presentation. I will definitely give some thought about your questions in terms of what Stony Plain needs to be supported by the airport, and then as the kind of the regional hub, the only airport that is in our driving distance that gets us outside of our communities. We continue to support the airport, and so if you need advocacy or needs, some conversation about how may this look, we're definitely more than welcome to have those conversations with you guys.
I really appreciate that, Mayor and Council, and thank you for your time and administration. And we're looking forward to as well any suggestions of organizations or groups we should partner with within your community, and we'll work collaboratively with your administration as well on economic development areas of opportunity to help the business community. But within your fabric of your community, any organizations that we could partner with, we look forward to getting some suggestions from you as well if possible.
Okay, and then before I let you go, the last question that I know everybody wants to ask is, when's that construction going to be complete?
Oh, I'm going to ask Mr. Bain to answer. You're talking about in front of the terminal building?
Yes.
Oh, I'll ask Mr. Bain to do that.
The question?
The road. When is the road in front?
The road in front of the terminal is in fact complete. Everything is reopened again. So we've actually expanded a little bit. We've left the area that we had that was free available for folks. We know that we had some traffic troubles in the evening, so we've reopened that. The departures ramp, a much improved look to it, is reopened, and so is the arrivals paid zone directly in front of the terminal. So we encourage you to come on out. I'll buy coffee. Thanks.
Appreciate it. I know that was kind of a sticky point to a lot of people, but the way you guys handled the drop-off and pick-up areas, and then had all the staff there to direct anybody that got lost, was just fantastic. So thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right, members of council, moving on with our agenda. We're moving on to number 5, which is the statutory public hearing. And today we have one, which is by law. Yes.
Your Worship, I am abstaining on this matter as I have a possible pecuniary interest as an affected landowner. I am leaving the room, and I ask that my absentation be recorded.
Thank you. Thank you, members of council. So Councilor Fletchko has declared perceived or maybe an interest, so that's why he is leaving the room. I believe he left the room for the first reading as well. So, as I mentioned before, if you have conversations with Councilor Fletchko, and he is considered just a resident on this matter, if anything else comes about. So, members of council, going to our statutory public hearing, it is for bylaw 2699/RC/24 for the 54th Avenue Woodlands Road closure. As members of council already know, this is a public hearing, so this is the opportunity for members of the public to directly address council on this proposed bylaw change and road closure. Again, the procedure will be done as the applicant gets to present first, so which is our staff. Council gets the time to ask for questions of clarity and understanding. Then all those in favor of the proposal gets the opportunity to speak, and then council gets to ask questions for clear understanding. Then all those that are opposed of the proposed changes get the option to speak, and then again, council gets to ask questions for clear understanding. When that's complete, then all those that want to make a general comment regarding the proposed bylaw change has the opportunity to speak, and again, council gets to ask questions for clear understanding. And then when that's completed, the applicant gets the opportunity to close and summarize if they like, but they don't have to. And then that will close the formal hearings of the session of public hearing, and that's the time that we allow residents to directly address council on this topic. Okay. So with that, in accordance with provisions of Section 216.4 and 22 of the Municipal Government Act, the Council of Stony Plain will hold the hearing for 2699 RC/24 to deal with 54th Avenue Woodlands Road closure. Administration, go ahead with the presentation.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here to present for public hearing the proposed road closure of a road right-of-way in the Woodlands neighborhood, and to transfer the land to 3 adjacent landowners to reduce the risk and liability the town of Stony Plain has, and to simplify the parcel configuration in town. So for some background on this, in 2023, administration undertook a comprehensive review of the road right-of-ways within the town and identified those that were candidates for closure as they're no longer required for use by the traveling public. Many of these road right-of-ways are remnants of past subdivisions or they're leftover fragments of road right-of-ways unusable due to past development patterns and decisions. So this road closure is a small T-shaped road right-of-way, as shown on the map here, in Woodlands. It was identified as a candidate for the road closure, and administration is now leading this road closure. A letter was sent to the adjacent landowners in August of 2024, informing them of the proposed road closure and providing an opportunity for questions and concerns regarding this proposal. The purpose of this road closure is for a number of reasons. First of all, is to reduce the town's risk and liability. Adjacent properties have been using this road right-of-way as part of their residential properties for years, and this creates risk and liability unless they enter into an encroachment agreement with the town. Second, we are doing this to simplify the parcel configuration in town due to the development pattern and previous subdivisions in Woodlands. This road right-of-way is not being used as a road or alley, and after review, administration has determined that there is no future possibility of this right-of-way becoming a roadway that would provide any utility to the road network in the area. And third, doing this would reduce the staff time and effort in maintaining and updating any encroachment agreements, including those that are in place right now for this area. If council decides that this road right-of-way should be closed, in order to transfer this town-owned land, council must declare it surplus and no longer needed for a municipal purpose, and the land's market value must be determined. Under the town's land management policy, any town-owned land must be declared surplus by council before it can be disposed of. In the first reading of this bylaw, held on October 15th, 2024, a motion was made to declare this land surplus by council. To determine the market valuation, the land management policy states that fair market value for the land must be determined in order to inform the disposal of the land. Administration has determined that this parcel in particular has a negligible market value due to the following reasons. Market value is often based on the size and location, but this land area is very small at approximately 432 square meters or 0.04 hectares and is bordered by 4 different parcels, each with a different owner. Tax assessment value is another tool used to determine land value, and in this case, there is no current tax assessment value available for the land as it is road right-of-way, and roads are not assessed or taxed. The development potential of a parcel is also used when assessing market value. But with the dimensions of this parcel being approximately 6 meters wide on the north-south portion of the parcel and 3 meters wide on the east-west portion of the parcel, this means that that any development independent of the existing lots surrounding the parcel is impractical under the town's land use bylaw. If council decides to close this road right away, administration is proposing the following transfers land as seen on this map on your screen. Area 1 would be transferred to 5309 47th Street. Area 2 would be transferred to 4604 54th Avenue. And Area 3 would be transferred to 5308 46th Street. Since the first reading of this bylaw, administration has given notice of this public hearing in accordance with the Municipal Government Act and the town's public advertisement bylaw. Notice of the time and date, as well as the methods that anybody can provide feedback for this public hearing were posted on the Town of Stony Plain official website and also advertised in the November 1st, 2024 edition of the Stony Plain Reporter newspaper. And you can see both of these advertisements up here on the screen as well as in your agenda package. Next steps. Once this public hearing has concluded, administration will submit a road closure application to Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors that will include any comments received during the public hearing. The province will then review the application. Once complete, if they give their permission, we will come back in spring of 2025 for council to give consideration for a second and third reading of this bylaw. Thank you, and now we're available to take any questions and comments from council.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation, and that's a great follow-up from the first reading presentation. Members of council, any questions for clarity and understanding? Councillor Hansard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to clarify, it clearly states on the map, which is located on page 29 of our package, that on the north side of these lots, Area A and Area C, the lighter print there says lane plan, and that runs parallel to 54th Avenue, and I'm not sure of the street. I believe it's 47th Street. It runs from 47th Street across the entire north side of these 4 lots. I just wanted to clarify, when we're talking road closure, does that term also apply to laneways? And is the area that runs vertically between Block 2, Lot 2A, and Block 2, Lots 3 and 4, that's double the width? Is that because that is the roadway, or is that a double width lane?
Okay. Administration, go ahead.
Through your worship to all of council, and specifically Councillor Hansard. In terms of the first part, road right-of-way can be a lane, street, an avenue, arterial roads, highways, any of the following. So basically from your highways all the way down to your laneways are all considered road right-of-way. In terms of the size and the dimensions, I'm not familiar with the history in terms of why this was taken. I could postulate that both those 2 blocks when they were planned had a 3-meter wide requirement for right-of-way, and that because the 2 blocks would touch or between the lot 2A and lots 3 and 4, that it would just be double. But again, that's my my speculation.
Okay.
Councillor Hansard.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is subsequent, not necessarily to that question, but it's about it's about these 4 lots. I'm always curious when we have an issue come before council, particularly if we're asking to close a road. If this request came from any of the property owners, lots 1A, 2A, or lots 3 and 4, all of Block 2 along that street, or was this a house cleaning that our planning department decided should be looked after? Because indeed, for all these years that these homes have existed and before, there was never any attempt to create a laneway from 47th Street going to the east or from 54th Avenue going to the north. So it sat there all this time with no benefit of a lane. However, the property owners have been able to utilize that lane. Some have gardens on there, some have shed, and it has been property that's been looked after by these landowners all these years. So I'm just curious if we could get clarification. Was it a resident or more than one resident who asked for the road closure and for this matter to be settled once and for all? Or was it something that the town decided should be looked after?
Okay, thank you, Councilor Hansard. Those are good questions. So the answer, the short answer is that the town council kind of spurred this on. So through my 18 years sitting on around council, there's that sliver of land that was directly east of lot 2A, and that conversation has come to council many times in terms of the previous owner would have to sign an agreement to encroach and to use that area. And then it's happened a few times since I was in council, but last year council looked at our land surplus, so our land inventory, what we have in terms of lots that we have in town, Stony Plain, road right-of-ways, and etc. And then through that policy, we reviewed it in the lens of the surplus land policy, of what pieces of land that the town would probably not ever need ever again. And throughout the town, there is probably half a dozen of these remnants when they were subdivided out in terms of the old parts of the town that were left for laneways and driveways and little kind of walkways, which probably, as mentioned by staff, would never ever be developed for those access points. So through the commitment of our staff, they said they'll bring back one or two of these each year until all that has been cleaned and closed up. So okay. This is not pushed by any developer or any landowner. It was us doing our proper housekeeping.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't suggesting that it was, but I thought it would be good to have some clarity. And I'm really glad to see that the town is, whether it's coming initially from council or administration, that the town is working to clean up these loose ends, because one day these things may come back to the forefront. There won't be anybody around who will remember any of the things that have been done to try to clear this up. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Councilor Hansard. Councilor Laurie, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and just through you to administration, just based on the delineation that we're seeing on which remnants would essentially be absorbed into different parcels, are there any current structures, fences, any type of delineation that has been placed there by property owners? And are any of those going to be impacted or required to be changed based on the way that the division of the land has been proposed?
Go ahead.
Your Worship, to Councillor Laurie. There are such things as fences, planter boxes, as mentioned earlier, that are kind of within the road right-of-way as it exists today. To my knowledge, the only thing that would be explicit that would kind of change would be there's a fence between lots 2A and lots 3 and 4. Again, just like with any boundary shared between two property owners, a fence could be on either side of that line. My recollection is that the fence would be on one side of that line, not directly on the line. But again, typically, I know fences are trying to be on the property line, but they're often, within 6 inches of each other side. I believe this one would fall within that.
Thank you. And again, just for clarity, would that fence, I guess, change which property it would be on, or would it remain on, like, for example, if that fence is currently on lot 2A, would it still be on lot 2A, but now it's no longer on what lot 2A's property line was, just using that as a hypothetical?
Your Worship, Councillor Laurie. The fence between those two properties is currently within the road right-of-way, so it's within neither, so it would actually be fully on one of the two landowners.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any more questions for clarity and understanding? Okay, see none, thank you for the presentation. Okay. So moving on to the next procedure on the public hearing is that this is the time that we allow anybody that's in support of the proposed bylaw change can come forward and speak. Administration, has anybody registered to speak in support of the proposed bylaw change?
Through your worship, no one has registered.
Okay. Does anybody in the gallery like to speak in favor of the proposed bylaw change? Okay. Seeing none, we move on to our next phase. All those that are not opposed of the proposed. No, okay. Thank you, Councillor Hansard. So moving on, those that are not in favor of the proposed bylaw change has the opportunity to speak. Administration, has anybody registered?
Through your worship, no one has registered.
Okay. Does anybody in the gallery like to speak in opposition of the proposed bylaw change? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to the next phase, which is all those that want to make a general comment about the proposed bylaw change. The administration, has anybody registered to speak?
Through your worship, no one has registered.
Okay. Anybody in the gallery like to make a general comment about the proposed bylaw change? Okay. See none, we'll move back on to the next phase, which is allow the applicant the opportunity to summarize and speak the last comments if the applicant chooses to.
Administration has no further comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the. That ends the process. So, administration, have we followed the process through the MGA to qualify to meet all the requirements?
Through your worship, yes, we have.
Okay. So, thank you. With that, when this public hearing is closed, this was the only official time that residents had the opportunity to speak to council on this proposed bylaw change. As laid out by administration, when we completed this, we've closed the public hearing, then this would be sent to the Minister of Transportation to review and to approve the road closure or not. If the Minister does not approve it, then we don't have to go to a second and third reading. If the Minister does approve it, then as administration mentioned, it'll come back in the spring for second and third reading. Okay. With that, then I declare that the public hearing for bylaw 2699/RSLE/24 for 54th Avenue Woodlands road closure be closed. Okay. With that being closed, if we can ask Councillor Pletchko to come back and join us in chambers, please. Welcome back, Councillor Pletchko. Members of Council, moving on with agenda number item 6, which is adoption of council minutes. Again, there are two tonight, the organization meeting from October 28th and the RCM from October 28th. Councillor Hansard.
Your Worship, I move that Town Council approve the October 28, 2024 organizational meeting minutes as presented.
Okay. Oh, thank you. Sorry, I said both, but I think we're doing one at a time. Members of council, you had the opportunity to read them. Any errors or corrections or omissions on those minutes? Did not see any either, so I'll call the question. All in favor? That is carried. Okay, now moving on to 6.2, which is now the RCM of October 28th, 2024. Councillor Lowry, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the Town Council approve the October 28th, 2024 regular council meeting minutes with the following amendment. Resolution number 149/10/24/SP. Move the Town Council defer business items 9.1, 9.2, and 9.3 to the November 25th, 2024 regular council meeting. 9.1 being the 2023 year-end financial report, 9.2 being the strategic and corporate plan Q3 24 report, and 9.3 being the 2024 third quarter report.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Lowry. Members of Council, you had the opportunity to read the minutes, and we received some background of why this is getting deferred to November 25th. Any questions, comments, and debate? See none, I'll call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Okay, moving on, number 7 is Council boards and committee minutes. We have nothing scheduled tonight, so moving on to number 8, which is bylaws, 8.1. Okay. You know what? Let's start with 1, 2, 3, 4. You know what? Let's take a recess. 10-minute recess, and we'll come back and we'll deal with all the bylaws right after. Thank you. Hey, welcome back, members of council and administration, those that are in our gallery and those that are joining us through the town's YouTube channel. We're coming back to our meeting. I thought it was a good time to take a break since we have 5 bylaws coming right after, one after the other. So let's knock them off. 8.1. 8.1 is the bylaw 2700/G/24, and that's to establish the Planning Advisory Committee. Go ahead, administration.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to members of council, the presentation before you this evening is to provide context to the 3 bylaws being presented this evening related to establishing council-appointed committees. These bylaws facilitate Phase 3 of the Boards and Committee Review Project undertaken this year. On March 25th, 2024, Council adopted the committee's governance framework bylaw to provide the governance structure and guidelines that set the stage for the establishment of council-appointed committees in compliance with the Municipal Government Act. The committee's governance framework bylaw establishes general requirements for council-appointed committees and acknowledges that committee meetings will be open to the public with meeting dates, times, and agendas being published on the town's website. To align with the legislative requirements for establishing council committees, each council-appointed committee shall be enacted through bylaw, setting out the committee's functions and procedures. A terms of reference to identify purpose, mandate, membership composition, and alternate procedures for each specific committee will be outlined within Schedule A of the respective bylaw. 3 of the town's council-appointed committees establishing bylaws are being presented this evening: the Planning Advisory Committee, the Culture and Tourism Roundtable, and the Community and Social Development Roundtable. The terms of reference included with each establishing bylaw reflect the current state of each council-appointed committee while incorporating much of the purpose and mandate that each was originally established for. A consistent template and format has been established to reflect the committee's governance framework bylaw, and where applicable, the committee's practices have been updated to promote efficiencies and increased engagement of the members. It is important to note that there are not any substantive changes being recommended to any of the 3 committees. However, notable changes for all committees include the provision of open meetings, the ability to adopt informal meeting procedures that align with the town's procedural bylaw, and a 15-minute grace period to obtain quorum. The Planning Advisory Committee, which has been established to provide input, feedback, and perspectives from members of the community and public on planning and land development related matters, will continue to function as it currently does in alignment with the general changes noted earlier in this presentation. The Culture and Tourism Roundtable, which has been established to provide feedback and support culture and tourism development within the town, will continue to function as it currently has, with the following changes. The title of the committee has been updated to align with the business unit name change. A simple majority of members present forms quorum, and provision of greater flexibility in appointments related to representative groups. The Community and Social Development Roundtable, which has been established to identify opportunities, increase community participation, and share feedback related to community and social development, will continue to function as it currently does, with the only notable change being to increase the frequency of meetings from 4 times to 6 times per year. Each establishing bylaw is being presented tonight for 3 readings. Should council have general questions related to the committee establishing bylaw process, administration is available to respond. Should council have questions in relation to specific committees' proposed terms of reference, administration would recommend those be addressed during first reading of each bylaw. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation, and thank you for kind of covering all 3 proposed committees. So, members of council, questions for clear understanding? Councillor Hansard, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. So given the last statement that was just made, I'm just wondering if this question is right, but I'll ask it and then you can redirect it or whatever you wish to do, Mr. Mayor, because I know you will. I did have a specific question about 6.2. on page 65, 64, I believe I put down, page 64. And this has to do with the discussion or the item that is presented there as ad hoc committees. So one of the things that struck me as I was reading this is members of the advisory committee are brought forward by admin and put before council to approve those members, those committee members, being placed on this committee. However, if I'm reading this correctly, 6.0, speaking of ad hoc committees, sounds to me like it's saying that the Planning Advisory Committee, the members that we appoint there, have the ability to create ad hoc committees, which would then have people placed on those ad hoc committees that members of the Planning Advisory Committee choose. So council has no direct input, of course, into choosing those people. But the part that seemed particularly odd to me was that we are, through 6.2 on page 64, saying that these groups, the ad hoc committees, will be in place for the duration of a project that they are supporting and will be required to work within the established framework led by the staff liaison. So I pondered that and just tried to make it seem applicable for common sense in my mind. Even when we used to have Municipal Planning Commission, administration would bring ideas forward, generally working through a developer or whatever, and it would come to the Municipal Planning Commission, and the Municipal Planning Commission would make a decision. And then we knew that that was our point at which we stood down. We have nothing else to say about it, because then it's back to administration to carry forward unless someone appeals, and then it would go to subdivision and development appeal. But what seems odd to me is we have put no council members on the Planning Advisory Committee, which does make sense, but the ad hoc committee created by members of the committee have people that they can put in place, and those people apparently never go away. As long as a project is in the works, they don't go away. There is no stand down time to just, you're done, let administration handle this. And with all respect, it seemed to me that this would actually get in the way of what seems to have been a major effort on the part of council and admin to reduce red tape and delays in people getting approved for projects. If you're now going to have an ad hoc committee made up of people we don't even have any say over, what happens if those people now are going to oversee things and they're perhaps involved or overly involved? Where does the ability for admin to say, okay, this has been approved, so we're going to take it from here? If that 6.2 is allowed to stand as it is, it seems to me that that won't be able to happen. So could that be explained, or does that need to be brought up at a different time?
No. Okay, thank you for your question and just kind of commenting and kind of framing your perspective. That's not how I read it, and I'll ask staff to kind of done that. So usually an ad hoc committee is not new members. It's based on the members that are currently appointed to that commission. So they will form an ad hoc committee if they wanted to review something different, and then they can invite guest speakers or experts to provide them some information. But it's not that they're appointing more members that was not approved by council.
Okay, so they are not actually then picking other random members of the public or anywhere else to become those that next level down.
Right, so this is
ad hoc committee.
Yeah, so this is very, very similar. Like, for example, what can I think of? So, for example, if we had the Growth and Commerce Task Force or before, and now that committee, so if we need to do some research on a specific industry, we may form an ad hoc committee out of that committee of a couple councillors, and they can bring in experts of those fields to do presentations to them, and then that ad hoc committee will then report back to the committee, and the committee reports back to council. So it's not like adding more members, and the duration is once that task is done, that ad hoc committee is disbanded. So it's not there forever.
Okay, I can accept that.
Okay, administration, anything to add to that?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Hansard. So the committee's governance framework bylaw actually provides the context on ad hoc committees and supports exactly what the Mayor has said, that ad hoc committees can only be formed by the appointed members themselves.
Consisting of those.
That is correct. Appointed
members. Okay, that's workable.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for clarity and understanding? Councilor Anderson, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to refer back to the March 25th, 2024 RCM when, sorry, now I'm going to forget the name of it. My apologies. The Town of Stony Plain Committee Governance Framework Bylaw came forward. There was in the lead sheet a budget financial potential impact that just explained if honorariums were implemented for committee members, what the cost could be for the town. Unless I've missed it, in the 3 bylaws before us, I didn't see anything to that regard, and I don't recall seeing anything in the presentation. And so would the exclusion of that suggest that administration's recommending we don't move forward with honorariums, or is that just something that's at the purview of council to add in at some point?
Okay, go ahead, administration.
Thank you for the question, through your worship, to Councillor Anderson. So that was provided as context for consideration of council during the March 25th meeting. There wasn't any specific direction given from council to consider the honorariums, so administration did not put that consideration into the budget for 2025 or for this framework. That would be at the discretion of council for consideration in future.
Okay, and would, if that was to be reconsidered by council, would that require reopening these bylaws, or is there a mechanism in place that could be implemented without having to reopen each of these bylaws before us today?
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you for the question, through your worship, to Councillor Anderson. So I guess there would be potentially a couple opportunities for council to consider this. The council compensation policy is coming back soon. It could be perhaps discussion during that item. Council could, I wouldn't say a decision not to proceed has been made, so it could just be something that council requests administration to bring back for consideration, or council could request some of that consideration in the next year's corporate plan.
Thank you for that. And just for clarity, the question wasn't specific to council compensation. I'm not sure how that would fit in with this, but specific for public members that were sitting as a member of these committees. That's sort of where my ask is coming from. So I don't know if that changes things at all, or is there a time during council compensation where that would be moved? I guess along with that, is there opportunity to approve for public members but not council, as we already receive our honorariums?
Okay. Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Anderson. Should council wish for administration to consider honorariums for public members, that's something they could put forward that administration could look at in 2025.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Meyer, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to administration. I'm just looking for a little clarity on page 64, under the terms of reference 4.8, the committee may establish procedures for meeting conduct that align with the town's procedural bylaw. And then, so if am I reading it correct in that lays out the committee must adopt the town's established committee code of conduct? Because I see it also referenced under 3.3B3, breach of the town's established committee code of conduct. So I'm just curious, does the committee have to adopt the code of conduct before it's in force?
Thank you for the question, through your worship, to Councillor Meyer. So 4.18 is specific to, I guess we perhaps could have used a different word, but meeting conduct as in the meeting procedures. And so the committee's governance framework bylaw indicates that committees shall work in accordance with the town's procedure bylaw unless otherwise established through the terms of reference. We wanted to provide flexibility in the terms of reference that allowed the committees to operate in a more informal manner should they wish, recognizing that any formal recommendations to council still have to be done through a proper process. But if they didn't want to follow such formal procedures in their meetings, that they could adopt their own informal process during that time.
Okay, and just to be doubly sure then, the reference in 3.3B3 in regard to the committee code of conduct that we are adopting, or I'm assuming we're discussing later, that would apply in that case then?
Thank you for the question, through your worship, to Councillor Meyer. That is correct. 3.3 is with respect to the committee code of conduct, and 4.8 is with respect to meeting conduct and procedures.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lowry.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through your question to administration, looking at page 63, item 3, membership. Under 3.3A, it states members are appointed for initial 2-year term with the potential for additional 1-year extensions. So it has a plural on the 1-year extensions. I know in a lot of the council committees and boards in the past, we have put term limitations in place in order to encourage having a turnover in members so that public members get opportunities on boards. I'm just looking for a little bit of clarity here in respect to this. It appears there's no necessary term limit, so that as long as somebody is wanting and willing to continue sitting on there, they can continually reapply and reapply and reapply and reapply. We know just out of habit, the familiarity from the boards of members being on there, that a member who's experienced, typically if they'd like to keep going, get that opportunity. So I'm just wondering if you can expand on why we don't see a term limitation on here and how we feel that may impact in the future.
Thank you for the question, through your worship, to Councillor Lowry. So again, the committee's governance framework does establish that public members will be appointed for 2 years. We did provide an additional clause that allowed for additional terms to happen if required. So some of those clauses were included in the terms of reference really as just a I guess, a safety net in case we have a year where we don't have a lot of applicants put their names forward, that allows us to reappoint existing members who have met their 2-year term. I believe, and my understanding with the staff liaisons, is that we would strive to change over our committee members if we had sufficient applicants to do so.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just then, so for clarity perspective, while I understand the intention may have been to ensure that opportunity, I guess what I'm wondering is the way that this is phrased, the way that this is in place, there are no term limits then.
Go ahead.
Thank you for the question, through your worship, to Councillor Lowry. I guess my interpretation would be that they are 2-year limits with the opportunity to appoint again. So should council not wish to reappoint somebody after their 2-year term, then that would be at the discretion of council.
Okay, so I think the conversation that we have is when we appointed the last community members at the October 28th organization meeting, it listed what term they're in, how many years they have left, and how many times they can be renewed or reapply. So I think the question here is, I flag this as well, in terms of having that there. I don't mind them having the extension, but for my clarity, it would be added that members are appointed for initial 2-year term with the potential for an additional 2-year extension. So that's a maximum of 4 years, or for an additional 1 year to a maximum of 2 extensions. Yeah, so then we know that if a member is appointed for 2 years, they can get reappointed for 1 more year, they can get reappointed for 1 more year, which is 4, then they have to take a year off before they comes back in as new 2 years. So I think the question is, can we add that clause in there says, because without that clause, a member can be reappointed 1-year extensions 15 years in a row.
Thank you for the question, through your worship, to Councillor Lori and yourself. So we could make that change. The committee's governance framework bylaw, which is the bylaw that kind of governs this whole process, had that flexibility built into that bylaw at that time, and was adopted as such. So my suggestion would be that we would need to make an amendment to that bylaw to set specific term limits. We could include term limits in the terms of reference as well, but it would, I think, make more sense to do it in the overarching framework bylaw just for consistency purposes, should that be what council wishes to do.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. So we will continue to ask questions and come back to it later. Members of council, any other questions for clarity and understanding? Councillor Hansard.
Thank you, Your Worship. Different subject this time. I started off on page 65 regarding, somewhere in here I read that some committees could also have business owners appointed, but we fairly consistently, it seems, refer to citizen rather than saying public members. A public member would allow the party placed on a committee to be a resident or a business owner. And I'm sorry I don't know the exact spot, because I then found myself writing down a question. And so maybe I should start there by asking, are the terms of reference for all 3 of these committees consistent? And will the same rules be in place for these and all town council created committees, not just these 3, but all, whether it's growth and commerce or any of the others that council approves? And maybe I'm wrong about how many there are. In my mind, it seems like there's more than 3, but I just want to know that the language is consistent. Otherwise, I found myself feeling like I needed to go through and say, well, that's there for this committee, and therefore the FCSS, I know it's called something different, but anyway, I didn't want to go through every single one of these and create my own checklist. So I would just like to get clarification. Are these terms of reference consistent between all these terms of reference? And if so, one of them does speak to businesses being part of the committees. So if we could clarify what we call these people, because a business is not a citizen. A business might be a public member. And that consistency I'm looking for as well.
Thank you for the question, through your worship, to Councillor Hansard. So the terms of reference templates have fairly consistent wording. Each committee was as they currently exist, was able to provide for the terms, the type of membership within their terms of reference in, I guess, a customizable perspective, depending on what the needs of that committee was. I'm not sure specifically where you're referencing, but I do see that one of the memberships is for residents or business owners in Stony Plain. I can go back through just to see if there's something that just says business in there, but for the most part it's consistent. However, the membership may vary depending on the committee and the type of membership they require.
Okay.
Okay. So yes, thank you for that. And then so Councillor Hanser, so no, it's not the same membership for each committee because each committee does different things. So on page 63 of 243, the membership consists of 5 members, and the members must be a resident or a business owner in Stony Plain. So those are the requirements to become a member of the Planning Advisory Commission. On page 83, again, that membership is different for the community and social development, as we have different stakeholders in there. So that's why there are 6 members of the public who reside or work in Stony Plain, and then 4 representatives from social agencies, education, and volunteer sector, and then also 2 public members from Parkland County.
So it becomes a bigger committee, but business owners are not necessarily going to be making up any of that membership unless they also are residents.
No, they can also work here, so they don't have to reside here. So I think business owners, and they do have a stake in our community to build it. And then also then on page 93, which addresses the Cultural Roundtable membership. Again, that committee is a little bit different as well, and that's why there's different membership requirements for that to fulfill the mandate. So even with that, residents and business owners can sit on that. I think that's what you wanted, that clarity, that either one.
I think it seems clarified at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Lowry, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just, I've opened up our committee governance framework bylaw, and so just follow on the question that I had. Under 6.0, term 6.2.0, public members may, upon reapplication, be reappointed for an additional term on a committee. Notwithstanding, council may allow a public member to be reappointed for additional consecutive terms if council determines that extraordinary conditions warrant such an appointment. So again, just looking at 6.1, which is public members shall be appointed for a 2-year term unless otherwise provided in the committee's terms of reference. I'm not sure, then looking for clarity, why we have the separate statement in the actual schedule of the bylaw. Because if I'm understanding the schedule of the bylaw correctly, we are following the term appointment. Now, the additional is maybe where we see the change, because it's with the potential for additional 1-year extensions, which would still comply with the committee governance framework, which allows for 1 reappointment, because it's a singular in 6.2. So again, just looking for the clarity of why do we have that statement in the schedule if the committee governance framework bylaw already speaks to it, especially because there seems to be a slight discrepancy between what's in the committee bylaw and what's in the governance framework bylaw.
Okay. Administration.
Thank you for the question through the Mayor to Councillor Lowry. That may simply just have been as a team when we were working through it, just to provide additional clarity in the terms of reference. We can simply remove that from that terms of reference if that provides better clarity for council.
Thank you. And yeah, Your Worship, I think it would, because the way that it is framing under the actual committee bylaw seems to contradict the committee governance framework bylaw. And I think if we have set in the governance framework bylaw that it's a 2-year term and they may reapply for an additional term, I'm not sure the necessity to have a separate statement within the actual committee bylaw itself, unless we felt that that wasn't appropriate for this particular committee. But personally, I would just default to the committee governance framework bylaw on it.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing that forward, and thank you for the clarity, administration. So in terms of, for example, we're looking at page 63, number 3, and it's point 8 actually, point A, sorry. So instead of members can be appointed to initial 2-year term, that can be members appointed as per the governance framework bylaw. And that'll clarify everything there for us.
I apologize, through your worship. Can you please repeat that?
Okay, so page 63, number 3, and this is 3.3A. So currently it reads, members are appointed for initial 2-year term with the potential for additional 1-year extensions. I think the conversation was what was kind of referenced in the governance framework. So if we just change that to say members are appointed as per the governance framework bylaw, then that kind of clears up. So if anybody needs any information of what the term is and how long it is, they can go back to the governance framework bylaw.
Through your worship, that can be arranged.
Thank you. Members of Council, any more questions for clarity and understanding? Councillor Hansard, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I just want clarification on what you just clarified for admin. The members are appointed for an additional 2-year term with the potential for an additional 1-year extension. Now, you've changed that, but they won't necessarily always maybe get that second, get the extension if another person applies and it is determined that the other person would be a better person to serve on the committee. Are you saying just because someone gets one appointment, they will automatically get the second?
No, so on the governance framework, it does not read that. It just says that they're eligible for a 1-year extension.
Eligible, yes, that's
right.
good.
And here we have extensions, which is an S, so that means there's multiple. So to clarify the difference between extension on the bylaw and extensions on the terms of reference, we're just going to get rid of that and say, as per the governance framework bylaw.
Right, you just got rid of the plural.
I just got rid of the 2 years and 1 year and just reference it to the governance framework bylaw.
I'm going to live with that.
Okay, any more questions for clarity? Because I know we're talking about asking questions. I know there's some direction here right now, but we'll fix that up when we actually make the motion. But we're just kind of understanding where we're coming from and what we read into it, and our understanding of what the terms of reference reads. Any more questions? Okay, see none. Let's move on to first reading. Councillor Meyer.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council give first reading to bylaw 2700/G/24, a bylaw to establish the Planning Advisory Committee.
Thank you very much, Councillor Meyer. And members of council, we had that conversation and some questions of clarity and understanding. There was one issue raised in terms of membership and term length, and there was a suggestion that we can change that so it kind of references the as per the governance framework bylaw. Is all members of council okay with that change? Can you say as amended, please?
As amended.
Okay, with that being accepted, I'll open the floor to members of council for questions, comments, and debate on the motion. Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to administration. The one thing that sort of stood out as missing for me, I think, from the Planning Advisory Committee was a statement about conflict of interest. And we had a councillor step out this evening because of perceived pecuniary issue. I did find it when I went a little bit further in the package to the committee code of conduct bylaw. I just wonder, because the Planning Advisory Committee does look at land use and those sorts of things, and we may have representatives from industry if it would be worth having that visible in the term of reference. I'm not suggesting it should be, but just looking for some clarity as to why it would be in the code of conduct versus in the terms of reference directly.
Okay, Administration.
Thank you for the question, through your worship, to Councillor Anderson. So council committee members are bound by the same provisions of the Municipal Government Act as councillors when it comes to pecuniary interest and conflict of interest. So that's already provincially legislated. We've captured it in the committee's, in the code of conduct, which they currently are actually bound by the council code of conduct in that as well. So we didn't feel there was a need to also capture it in the terms of reference because we've already captured it in the code of conduct, and ultimately provincial legislation regulates that.
Perfect, thank you for that. And if I may, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I certainly appreciate the answer there. As part of, I don't know if it's the terms of reference or the committee orientation, will the new committee members or the committees, when they sit, review that, or is there an expectation that individuals appointed to committees would do that independently?
Okay, go ahead, Administration.
Thank you for the question, through your worship, to Councillor Anderson. So as part of the boards and committees framework review that we did this year, we did provide information to council that we would be enhancing our council committees process, and part of that is through training. So we have developed some orientation training, some chair training that will be rolled out with the new committee members in early Q1 next year. And that will include code of conduct training as well.
Perfect, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for raising that, Deputy Mayor, and appreciate that as well. And that's on page 107, actually, when, as administration has mentioned, they'll be updating and providing the education to our committee members. There's also a declaration that they have to sign as well, that they've read the code of conduct and declared it. So I think that's covering our basis, so thank you for raising that. Okay, Councillor Loynes.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just for clarity, I'm curious, why is it that the PAC committee doesn't have a maximum for the chair position, but the other two bylaws that we'll look at later on do?
Administration, in terms of the PAC chair.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Loynes. Can you please restate that? I'm just a little confused.
So when we're looking at page 65, it doesn't have a maximum time served as chair or vice chair. But in the other two committees that we will be looking at, for social development and culture, tourism, roundtable, their chairs have a maximum time allowed.
Okay, so on page 65, that's the old terms of reference, so that's not part of the new one. And then in terms of for the PAC, they're the Planning Advisory Committee, I don't believe that there is a chair. I think they're just there to review and provide comments and updates and thought process to the information that's provided by administration. Yes. Okay, so the other question here, Councillor Laurie has mentioned that there is no chair in the new.
Yeah. Thank you, Worship. So I think that's the clarity that's being requested, is the old terms of reference on page 65 speak to a chair and a vice chair elected from the committee. In the current terms of reference for Schedule A, it's silent, but yet for the other two, for CSD and CRT, it doesn't. So if we're not electing a chair or a vice chair, should that not be stated then?
Administration?
Or is it just not there?
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Laurie and Councillor Loynes. I believe the chair provisions are outlined in the committee governance framework bylaw. Having the chair reiterated in one of the terms of reference may simply have been an oversight on administration, seeing that the staff liaisons may have included some former wording in some of those contexts. But the election and use of a chair in the meetings is outlined in Section 8 of the committee's governance framework bylaw.
Okay, appreciate that. And then I guess in the second part of the question was in terms of the ability to serve as chair. Was there a limit to that under the Planning Advisory Committee?
Through your worship, I'm going to ask my colleagues in planning and development to speak to that.
Through your worship to all of council, there hasn't been a limit necessarily on the chair. Again, with the Planning Advisory Committee, we typically allow them to govern themselves in terms of needing a chair. Again, there's those terms in terms of how long someone's going to be there for a maximum of, say, 3 years, typically, the 2 years initial with the 1 year addition. So it hasn't necessarily been a concern or a need. So no, there has not been.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it. And since this is just an upgrade, we've kind of changed from the Municipal Planning Commission to the Planning Advisory Committee. Commissioners just provide kind of a little bit of feedback and background of how that's going since the transition, just so members of council are aware.
Through your worship to all of council, I'm excited to say that it's been a nice transition. It's taken a few years to kind of materialize in terms of a kind of coherent group, in terms of the understanding how they work. I think it's the revised version that took place within the last couple of years where we meet quarterly, I think keeps the members a little more engaged than the previous one, and the addition of specialized meetings to specifically address council bylaws, specifically planning development bylaws that take place, allows them to provide that direct input on specific items that go before council. Overall, I think the board members have been quite happy. In this case, we have a little bit of turnover here with some new members coming, but really just excited to have the one member that's continuing with us kind of lead the way for the new group. So I think it's been quite well received.
Okay, thank you. Members of council, any more questions for clear understanding? Okay, see none. Thank you, Administration, for bringing this forward and tidying up some of our old committee policies. Appreciate that it ties in, as was mentioned when we started down this road, was to kind of make sure that more of our committees were aligned to what we were trying to do. So thank you for bringing that forward. I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Moving to Council Lowings for second reading, please.
Town Council gives second reading to bylaw 2700/G/24.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Call the question. All in favor? That's carried. And then if council is dealing with all three readings of a bylaw in one sitting, there has to be unanimous consent. So Councillor Plechko.
Yes, thank you, Worship. The Town Council give unanimous consent to consider third reading to bylaw 2700/G/24.
Thank you. Call the question. All in favor? Okay, that is carried. Councillor Hansard, please. Yeah, Councillor Hansard, sorry.
Another name. Mr. Mayor, I move that Town Council give third reading to bylaw 27G24.
Thank you. Questions, comments, debate? Yeah. Thank you, Administration. Call the question. All in favor? That is carried. Okay, moving on to 8.2, which is the establishing the bylaw for community and social development. Go ahead, Administration. Any highlights?
Thank you, through your worship, to all of council. So the establishing bylaw for the Community and Development Roundtable is before council for 3 readings. The terms of reference remain consistent with the committee's current function, with an increase of meetings from 4 to 6 times per year.
Thank you. So members of council, the opportunity, we read the proposed bylaw. Any questions and comments for clarity and understanding? Okay. Councillor Meyer, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I'm just, I'm seeking a little clarity in, I guess it would be the terms of reference? Yeah, sorry. Yes, terms of reference.
Page 83. Page 83.
Is it page 83? Sorry, I have it on, I'm looking at the, If you just give me a second and come around, I'll find the exact spot.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions for clarity, understanding? Okay. So I think, Councillor Meyer, I think the terms of reference starts on page 83. So I think that's
Okay. What I will just draw everyone's attention to, because then we can all look at it, just our page 75 on our agenda, and it speaks to established to provide advice and recommendations. Council will support Stony Plain area residents and enrich through community spirit and pride, where residents feel a sense of belonging, safety, and security, accepted and included within community life, no matter their beliefs and values and lifestyles. Access to services and supports are available locally when needed, and empowered to share ideas, problem solve, and create local solutions. It's the second bullet in that that I'm just looking for some clarity. What does administration mean by no matter their beliefs, values, and lifestyles?
okay. Thank you. So that's also on the terms of reference, number 1 under purpose, 1.1 B.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Councillor Meyer and the rest of Council. That bullet that references accepted and included has been discussed as part of the roundtable development around making sure that Stony Plain is an inclusive community, that there's services and supports available for people, that we're not, that we're being very true to principles of inclusion of the protected groups under the Human Rights Act and so on.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Councillor? Thank you. Any more questions for clear understanding on this? Okay. Seeing none. Deputy Mayor, motion for 1, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move that Town Council give first reading to bylaw 2704/G/24, a bylaw to establish the Community and Social Development Roundtable.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Members of Council, questions, comments, and debate? Anything in the terms of reference that like to see changed or kind of massaged a little bit? See none. Thank you for bringing this forward and clearing this up. I'll call the question. All in favor? Okay. Moving to second reading. Councillor Lowry.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the Town Council give second reading to bylaw 2704/G/24.
Okay. Call the question. All in favor? That is carried. Moving on to, if Council is to do all 3 readings in one sitting, we need unanimous consent from members of Council. Councillor Meyer for the motion, please.
The Council give unanimous consent to consider third reading to bylaw 2704/G/24.
Thank you. Call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Moving on to third reading. Councillor Loynes, please.
Town Council give third reading to bylaw 2704/G/24.
Okay. Any questions, comments, and debate on the motion? See none. Thank you, Administration, for bringing this forward and clearing up and tidying up our community and social development roundtable in terms of reference. Call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Okay. Moving on to 8.3, which is the establishment bylaw for the Culture and Tourism Roundtable. Administration, anything to add?
Thank you, Your Worship, to all of Council. So again, the Culture and Tourism Roundtable establishing bylaw will continue to function as it currently has been established. The terms of reference have been updated to include a title change to align with the business unit name change, requiring a simple majority of members to form quorum, and provision of greater flexibility for appointments of representative groups. And we are requesting 3 readings this evening.
Okay. Thank you. Administration, members of Council, any questions and comments? Okay. Councillor Lowry, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, under 3.0 membership, we're on page 93. 3.1A and 3.1B. A speaks to up to 4 public representatives that are residents of Stony Plain with a vested interest and so on. And B is up to 3 public representatives that are residents of the Tri-Region contributing, so on and so on. I'm just looking for clarity from administration. When it states up to 4 or up to 3, does that mean that it can actually be 0?
Go ahead.
Through your worship to Councillor Laurie, I guess at a high level, yes. The reason it's been worded as such is because the Cultural and Tourism Roundtable has struggled over the years to have full membership, and so we just wanted to ensure that even if there are vacancies, the committee can still continue to function. But the intent would be to fill the committee to the maximum number of committee members as possible.
So thank you, Your Worship. I mean, looking at this one, this committee obviously has the largest membership of the 3 that we're considering this evening, with a potential for, I believe it's up to 13 members. Now, in my time, I haven't sat on the CRT, so I'm not 100% sure how that works, but the 13 is a very, very large committee. But I do worry when it states up to 4, up to 3, but it does not state a minimum. And if we are looking for public members, public representatives of the town of Stony Plain and public representatives of the Tri-Region and so on and so forth, I would like to make sure that we have at least 1. So I'm wondering if it would be a possibility on that membership to have it say a minimum of 1 and a maximum of, or minimum of 1 to a maximum of 4 public representatives, or a minimum of 1 to a maximum of 3 public representatives, rather than just simply an up to ensure that, again, at minimum, if we are identifying this segment as people that we want on that committee, at minimum, we will have 1.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Administration, is that possible?
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Laurie. That can be accommodated if requested by council.
Okay. Councillor Pletchko.
So I'm just curious if you could help me understand. The previous bylaw that we just passed had the same thing. It's 13 members. It's got up to 6. It doesn't have anything that's specific. I see Councillor Laurie is kind of looking at me puzzled, but it's page 83, says up to 6 public members, up to 4 representatives. So it would be consistent with what our bylaw was just before. So I'm wondering how that would affect the bylaw that we just passed opposed to a bylaw that now we're trying to rewrite.
Okay. Administration, any comments?
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Pletchko. So the establishing bylaws for each committee really allow the terms of reference to define what is required for that committee. So they're standalone bylaws on their own. So I don't think it impacts a different bylaw that was an established bylaw for that committee. For consistency, you may want to consider that, but I don't think that it invalidates anything or changes the context if one committee's terms of reference defines it differently than another's.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hansard.
Your Worship, I just wanted to offer a bit of understanding around Cultural Roundtable. When we say a minimum of, that can be a little bit problematic unless the terms of reference, I believe that would be the mechanism, are changed, for instance, or the membership component is changed. One of the problems that we've had in a few times on Cultural Roundtable is that we required our artist, member of the board, to be a resident of Stony Plain. And we were not able to get someone to fill that because they were artists. They might have a business here. They might have their artwork being sold here, but they weren't necessarily a resident of Stony Plain. While we sat with a member of Spruce Grove community, a well-known artist, and of Parkland County, a very well-known artist, wishing to be part of, and I believe both of them had actually applied, for sure the artist from Spruce Grove, and was not able to take a seat on the table because they were not residents of Stony Plain. So I thought that there might have been an attempt to alter the wording around that to allow perhaps artists from the Tri-region. So sometimes I think trying to keep in mind that we don't always have the ability to snatch an artist out of thin air. Another position on the board, we had someone take the position but not come to meetings at all. And I think that's happened on another committee. So one of the problems that you have is you might fill the seat, but they might not attend the meeting. I think the language around attendance has been cleaned up in this work that's been put in front of us here, because people sort of self-eliminate if they don't show up for a certain number of meetings, which would then leave the seats open to have another person placed. So I think there's some great work that's been done in the rewrite of these, but there is an explanation why perhaps we haven't always said a minimum of one person, because sometimes you can't get that person with the restrictions that were placed on the committee as to where they had to come from.
Okay. Thank you for the background, Councillor Hansard. And again, I think that's why administration has decided to change that, because the old terms of reference, starting on page 96 to 97, was very prescriptive of who can be on there. So this was one way to address that. Any follow-up?
No, I think Councillor Laurie's point is well taken. If we've corrected that through other parts of this rewrite, then I think his point is well taken, that we could say a minimum, because we've loosened the chain, so to speak, on how a person can actually apply and be accepted on the committee, because I think there have been people who wanted to be on the committee but weren't allowed to.
Thank you. Moving on to Councillor Deputy Mayor Goh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to administration. Would you clarify for me, please, if the example here, 93, page 93, sorry, up to 4 public representatives, if we have 0 out of 4, what happens at that time? What is administration doing or not doing to try to fill those positions?
Thank you, through your worship, to Deputy Mayor Anderson. Administration is constantly recruiting for committees. We always have our page up on our website that indicates what's available for member recruitment. When we know we have a vacancy, we also send out additional social media plugs. We do encourage the members to share that information out as well. And we do other advertising components if required.
Perfect. Thank you for that, and certainly appreciate that it doesn't sit at 0, that there's active recruitment that occurs there. I do have a follow-up, Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind, through you, sir. If this is changed or amended this evening to have a minimum, would that suggest then that the committee could not meet if that minimum was not met?
Through your worship, to Deputy Mayor Anderson, my interpretation would be that it wouldn't stall the committee from meeting.
Thank you for that. And just a quick comment. I think, knowing that we have an upper limit of 4 in this particular category here, 3.1A, that if positions aren't filled, that administration is actively recruiting for that. I'm not sure that, although I appreciate where the question comes from, I don't know that I would feel like we need to legislate something that is already taking care of itself.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. And while I appreciate the points being made, and actually I first want to start with recognizing what Councillor Palechko said, because again, this is why we have many eyes that go over these. When I look at the community social development one that we just passed, that committee can exist of just the councillor, which seems quite odd. There's no minimum numbers. It is up to and again, when we are looking at these committees to be an effective resource of public input, that doesn't achieve that. And while I completely respect that our administration of the day is very forthwith in making sure that they're looking to fill these vacancies. That doesn't prevent the administration of the day from not existing and a new administration being in place that isn't as keen and isn't as active. It's our duty under governance to ensure that we have controls and measures in place so that certain desires of council are achieved. And that's why when I look at this, I do flag that. And again, I appreciate Councillor Palechko flagging on the other one, because now that we've passed that motion, I'm not exactly sure how do we go back and relook at that one, because we literally have a committee of council that can exist with just a councillor on it by the terms of reference and the bylaw that we've just accepted. And so this is where in the definition of the membership, if this is something that as a council we want on the committee, then we should be stating at minimum 1 up to 4. Because although the administration of the day may have that ethic and may work towards filling that position, there is no guarantee under this bylaw, which is not set to be reviewed for 5 years, that that position has to be filled. And while I respect that there's been challenges when roles have been very specific, this, for example, simply says residents of Stony Plain with a vested interest in the culture or tourism sectors, including arts, et cetera, et cetera. It doesn't take much to have a vested interest. So I think the prescriptiveness of an artist in residence or things like that have been removed. I think we've almost gone too far in saying that we'd like these people on here, but we're not mandating that there at least be one. So I would feel a lot better about this one if on 3.1A and B stated a minimum of 1 to a maximum of 4, or a minimum of 1 to a maximum of 3. And then I would suggest, once we're done dealing with this, that we look at how we can amend the CSD one to state a minimum number.
Okay, thank you for your comments, Councilor Laurie. Again, members of council, I asked you to look at page 85 of 245. That is the old terms of reference for the FCSS roundtable, which transitioned to the community, right, community social development. And as you see, it's up to 6. I don't think I've ever heard of an incident that we only had one town councillor there and everybody else, and there was a meeting called. So maybe I'll ask some advice from administration. Has the old terms of reference for the FCS roundtable, with the words using up to 6 public members, up to 4 representatives, up to 2 public members, and 1 council of Stony Plain representative or councillor appointed and an alternate, and the general manager, has there ever been an incident where we've only had 1 councillor there and 1 general manager and no public members?
Your Worship, no, there has not.
Okay, and I think that's why I didn't flag it, because when I read it, I saw what was in the previous one, and I moved it to this one. And when I read the CRT, I think the changes to match what we have in the community social development is a great step forward, as the previous older terms of reference for the cultural roundtable was a very prescriptive and limited amount of participation. I'm sure if council wants to put the minimum, it is fine, but I don't see a need for it. But Councilor Laurie does make a point. If we change this one, then we should change the other one so it's consistent. But personally, I don't see an issue. Unless there is an issue that I'm not aware of. Okay. Thank you. With that, we will take.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I appreciate the commentary line. And while, again, when we state the extreme of stating that has there ever been an incident where it was only 1 councillor and 1 general manager, no. I mean, I sat on the FCSS prior to my time on council and during my first term in council. But I can say that there were certainly times where the numbers around that table were quite small. And so it might not have just been 1 GM and 1 member of council, but there certainly were times where it was quite small. If we are allowing a bylaw to go through that does not achieve a prescribed minimum, we then do create the potential for that problem to occur. And just because it hasn't occurred in the past doesn't mean it can't occur in the future. I also, again, to Councillor Anderson and Deputy Mayor Anderson's point about, well, administration, what are you doing when numbers reach a certain point, et cetera? Well, I look at that and I say, so by this prescriptive, if we are always telling administration you must reach that maximum, then administration is constantly taking that time to do so. When, for example, if I was looking at CSD 3.1A where it says up to 6 public members who reside or work in Stony Plain, if that said a minimum of 3 to a maximum of 6 public members, if we had 4 public members, I would expect that administration would not actually have to put that additional time in to get to the maximum of 6, that the next time we go through a recruitment process, it would open that up. Because as long as the minimums are filled, then the committee is as expected by council. And so if we are not setting those minimums, that also then may put additional work on administration, where administration is constantly trying to fill seats that maybe we're comfortable if they're not filled. So I appreciate you asking the general manager the question of, has it ever occurred that there was just been one GM and one councillor, but it's a little bit one-sided, because we have had experiences where there's been very few members around those committee tables, and as a sitting councillor, I wouldn't be comfortable if that meeting occurred with 3 or 4 people instead of 8, let's say.
Your Worship, can I offer some comments?
Councillor, go ahead. Go ahead.
I just wanted to offer, in addition to some of the commentary around the minimums and the up to positions within the proposed Cultural and Tourism Roundtable, I would just highlight that 5 of the positions are standing representatives from our cultural and tourism organizations within the community, as well as a council representative. So we would have a minimum on the committee of 6 standing committee members functioning, in addition to the additional members that we would be recruiting through public representatives, bringing the total further up to 3 and another 4 additionally. Appreciate the commentary that's been offered, and just wanted to offer that as perspective with regards to the roundtable and the intention to try to create the flexibility and be responsive to the nature that the committee has functioned within the last few years, and certainly the perspective that has been provided to help create a sense of cohesion on the committee, as well as the ability to welcome new members to the committee in a manner that is seeking the purpose and the mandate that council and the town is trying to achieve with the roundtable. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you for your commentary. Councillor Pleshko, for first reading, please.
Yes, thank you, Worship. The Town Council give first reading to bylaw 2701/G/24, a bylaw to establish the Culture and Tourism Roundtable.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Pleshko. Members of Council, we have questions for clear and understanding. We have some kind of conversations, some maybe suggestions. Any motions to change, amend, or debate? Deputy Mayor?
My apologies, Mr. Mayor. I still had a question for clarity and maybe didn't put my hand up high enough. So through you to administration, we just heard about the 5 Stony Cultural and Tourism Organization public representatives as listed on page 93, 3.1C. That includes Red Brick Common, Stony Plain Parkland Pioneer Museum, Parkland Potters Guild, the Public Library, and the Greater Parkland Regional Chamber of Commerce. Just wondering how we settled on those 5 and what conversations have been had with representatives from their organization about being included as a standing public representative.
Okay, go ahead.
Your Worship, these organizations have had existing membership and representation on the committee, so that's consistency with how they've functioned to date. Certainly there's an opportunity to consider the possibility of adding other organizations' representation. That contemplation would need to be taken into consideration with the ability of the organization to have a standing member on the committee. There's you know, a requirement for the ongoing commitment and participation in that manner. So that could be entertained, but certainly there's very much an opportunity. There are organizations within the community that fall within the realm of it, but whether they would have the capacity or the ability or the interest to have that consistent participation would need to be carefully considered before we represent that or present that to council for approval.
Perfect, thank you for that. And if I may, Mr. Mayor, have had conversations with a couple of different community organizations that have been looking for more opportunity to be involved at that level. Again, I did not enter the conversation about capacity and those sorts of things, but just for future thought and consideration, you know, we, through our corporate planning process, just approved some dollars for Skydancer Indigenous Cultural Center, and we also have partnered, not through the corporate plan, but through activity in the community, through whether it's basketball tournaments or cultural events. The Spruce Grove and Stony Plain Filipino Canadian Association are very active in our municipality as well.
Thank you. Members of Council. Councilor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. So for clarity, then this has been moved 3.1A and B as is without the maximum, or with minimum, sorry?
Currently, that is right now, unless there's a conversation around council tables to add one.
So thank you very much, Your Worship. So then you'd be looking for a motion?
That's correct, unless council wants to, I see nods of heads of everyone saying that we want to add it, but I did not hear that in the commentary. So if it's going to be a change, then it will be a motion to amend.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I'd like to make a motion to amend 3.1A and B to include a minimum of 1.
Want to speak to it?
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't think I need to speak to it. I think we've had enough conversation about it. I'll let my feelings be known. Again, when we're looking at the construct of the committee, being that this is a council-appointed committee, we are putting forward what we feel is a minimum. If we are going to define members in the membership section, I believe we should be defining at least a minimum number of those members that we would like to see. Totally comfortable with the maximums that have been proposed, the up to 4 and up to 3, but I'd like to make sure that we also are defining that we'd like to see a minimum of 1 of those representatives on the board.
Councilor Hansard, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to speak against the amendment. And my reason for that is I have sat in my many years on council, on different boards and committees where from time to time a committee may decide that they're better sitting with a vacant seat than to take a person who has proven themselves to be problematic on one or more other committees. And so, you see, we all have the opportunity to have our reputation precede us, whether we're elected officials or whether we work at the town or whether we are members of the public applying for positions. And we have actually had vacant seats by choice because not another person came forward to apply. If we put a minimum, then we're going to be forcing committees to take someone on their committee who maybe has been difficult in numerous ways in the past. And of course, obviously, I cannot say names, or I'm not even going to say the committee, or 2 or 3, where this has happened. I think when we get so defined that we want to come back with an idea that it becomes administration obligation to constantly push to try to fill committees, we have taken a step in the wrong direction. Most of the committees will turn to the other members of the committee and say, who would like to work on the committee recruitment committee? And there might be 2 or 3 people who will make an active effort to go out and find people who would like to step forward and have their names announced. Yes, the administration advertises. We let it be known to the public, but you can't force people to come forward and volunteer for these positions. They're volunteer. So I think we've got to be very cautious about forcing the issue. I understand the intent, and it seems misplaced to me. So I would not be supporting this unless there's some wisdom here on council bench that tells me that there's a better reason to rethink this.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Any more questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Councillor Anderson, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I shared already a few minutes ago sort of my perspective on this one, but just a couple of additional thoughts. I think if we have council committees that are sitting at 0 public representatives, there's something else that's gone wrong, whether that's we haven't provided sufficient education, made requirements clear, the efficacy of the committee or the influence it holds isn't perceived to be what the individuals on that committee thought it would be. We have a very active volunteer base in our community, and I think if we are pursuing committee members and we're active in that, that they're there and they're out there. I think in terms of a minimum, I'd be more likely to support a motion to implement an honorarium as a way to attract and maintain numbers. But where we sit today, can't support the motion to add a minimum to the culture and tourism bylaw.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Deputy Mayor. Councillor Loyens.
Thank you, Your Worship. In regards to this, it makes me wonder when we talk about quorum then, because if it's up to a select number, right, of members, we leave quorum as a very open-ended option, right? There's a maximum of 13 people in CTR. But if it's an up to 13 number, right, but quorum is the majority, if we don't have public members or we only have one of 4 or one of 3, that changes the number of people actually sitting on the board, right? For us to have quorum, we have to have at least 4 of us here. There's a set number of people that have to be at this table and a minimum number of people at this table. Without having a minimum number of participants on a board, we leave it up to deciding, well, there was nobody here to begin with of those 4, so that only leaves us at 11, or that only leaves us at 6, and then deciding what actually becomes the quorum number for that board or committee.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pacheco.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I'm hearing all sides of the conversation that's here today. When I look at this, you know, when you talk about quorum, we simply talk about simple majority on these committees. So we don't have, of the 13 people, we don't have to have a large majority to do. It's simple majority. So that equates to, if we're not able to get people, and we have 3 people there, we have quorum, which allows the committee to still move ahead. And I think what's kind of important here for our community is, you know, I've been involved in this community for 30 plus years. I've probably sat on most of the committees here, and most of the time, there's never been a minimum set that says you have to have there. And I think administration today, previous, and going forward will do the job that they need to do to make sure there is always people coming forward. And again, I think about what Councillor Hansard said, you know, we can't put people on committees that don't fit the committee. And I think by putting minimums on there, you're now making that almost a reality of having to put somebody there, because if you don't have a seat, you need to fill the seat by the minimums. So I don't know that I could support a minimum of 1 person or a max on that. I like the max that they have of 4 and 6. You know, the 13 people, I think, will always be a hard number to fill. When you look at 2 committees, that's 26 volunteers we need. That's a lot of volunteers in our community. Well, this community does volunteer very well, and we have a lot of people that step up to it. That's still a lot for just 2 committees. We haven't talked about the rest of the committees that we have in the community, and we haven't talked about all of the nonprofit organizations that all the people need to participate in. So I think the way it's set up is similar to the way it has been in the past, and it's worked well in the past. So while I do always have the concern, the same as Councillor Lowry does, that we may not be able to find people, I do think that we have the ability through our administration and the people that sit on the committees to actually fill the committees. So unless I hear something from the rest of my council members, tonight would be a hard position for me to support that motion.
Okay. Thank you. Any more questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Okay. Before I pass it over to Councilor to close, I will not support the amendment on the floor right now. And I think, Councilor Lowry, you did my debate for me on your last closing statements of saying having the minimum of people to sit will allow the opportunity for more members to have that conversation and talk about what's on the cultural roundtable. Seeing that the cultural roundtable already has 5 dedicated members and up to the other members. So even if we had 0 sitting in the other 2 spots, you're looking at 6 members already. And if this is to go through, then I would presume that council would like to revisit the previous bylaw to make it so it's synced and unique. I do caution council that because if we turn to page 83 of the previous bylaw that we just passed, the cultural roundtable consists of members representing, it says up to 6 public members, up to 4 representatives of the social agencies, and up to 2 public members, and 1 councillor appointee and an alternate. If we did that and we changed that to a minimum of 1 to a maximum of 6, based on the logic that Councillor Lowry said before I asked for the motion to debate this, well, there could be only 1 a public member, 1 a representative from social agencies, and 1 public member that resides in Parkland County, and a council representative. And if quorum is the majority of that, all you need is 3. So I think you have less members by adding the minimum. I think you're doing a disservice. I think it's just changing the system just to change the system, and I think it has negative effects if we go back and see what we did in the previous bylaw, so I cannot support it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'll take the opportunity to close, and I'll address the comment that you just made first before I actually close on the motion for the bylaw we're considering. In no place or shape did I say for the cultural and social development for the community and social development that the minimum should be 1. Nowhere did I say the minimum on that should be 1. I said we should define the minimum. So when speaking, please quote me accurately. In relation to this bylaw, there was a couple comments made that I want to reference. And so it was a don't let the past bite you, and that we've had problems. Well, again, the problems were with how defined the position was. Not necessarily the number of positions, it was how defined the position was. So the position has now been opened up, and it has been opened up greatly. You simply now need a vested interest. You do not need to be a specific person residing in a specific place. It's much broader than it used to be. And so I'd be worried, genuinely worried, as was brought up by Deputy Mayor Anderson, if we couldn't get an individual. There would definitely be something wrong, and I would also support him in respect to the fact of honorariums, because I'll be completely honest, I thought they were showing up in this. I'm not sure what happened there. I thought that was the direction that we were going. So it was a little surprising not to see them, and I'm glad you flagged it because it didn't even cross my mind because I thought we had taken care of it somewhere else. The comment in regards to forced to take, I don't recall ever being forced to take a representative who applies for a community or for a committee. I'm aware of occasions where there has only been 1 applicant and the decision was made not to take that applicant and to go back out and seek more applications, to seek more volunteers, to seek more applicants. I don't recall there ever being forced to take an applicant because they were the only one. If the committee didn't feel or council didn't feel that they were suitable, there's nothing in here that forces you to take them. You can go back out. In relation to the work of administration, right now, the way that this is set up, and it's been referenced many times tonight, is the obligation of administration currently, based on the way that these are written, is to fill these committees to the maximum. So until these committees are filled to the maximum, they actually have no stopping point. It means administration has to continue to take time, even if there is a single vacancy, based on the fact that there is no defined minimum. It says up to 4, but is council's expectation that if we're at 3, you should still push for that 4? Or is council's expectation that as long as there's 1, we're comfortable? So when I look at this, the minimum actually establishes a threshold for administration to determine when they actually need to be actively recruiting. Do they need to be actively recruiting if there's a single vacancy? Or do they only need to be actively recruiting if we drop below a minimum standard? There is no misplaced intent. My intent is that these are council-appointed boards and committees. There is terminology in here that while I do not see this happening with our current administration, again, we have to work on the effect of this administration could all decide to go to a conference tomorrow and get wiped out. Let's hope that never happens. But it's the same as us on council. We are setting this up for the next council. We are setting it up for the next people who may take our position. I have flagged this as essentially a loophole, that we have a very simple way to close that loophole that I haven't heard anything from any of my colleagues here actually creates an issue, that it creates a problem. Would it solve a potential problem that might be unlikely? I believe so. So, barring our administration of the day and their work ethic, barring this council and what this council would put forward, I think it's a good amendment, and I will stand by it.
Thank you, Councilor Laurie. I'll call the question. So the question is on the amendment on page 93 for 3.1A and 3.1B. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Okay. That's defeated. We'll back to Councilor Pletchko's original motion. Any more questions, comments, and debate on that? See none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, moving to second reading. Councillor Hansard.
Your Worship, I move that Town Council give second reading to Bylaw 2701 G24.
Okay, thank you. Administration? Good. Members of Council, any questions, comments, and debate? Councillor Lawrence, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I missed this on the first round. I noticed quickly, though, it might just be a clerical error, that on page 93, where it says the one town of Stony Plain councillor, it doesn't say appointed like it does in the previous term of references. So page 93 versus page 83.
Thank you, through Your Worship, to Councillor Loynes. That's a clerical error that we can correct.
Thank you, Councillor Loynes. Any other questions, comments, and debates on this? See the question, call all in favor? Okay. Opposed? Okay. If council is to do with 3 readings, we need unanimous consent. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will move that Town Council give unanimous consent to consider third reading to Bylaw 27. Why do I have 01? Am I looking at the wrong one? 2701/G/24. My apologies.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Moving on to third reading. Councillor Meyer, please.
Yes, thank you. The Town Council give third reading to Bylaw 2701/G/24.
Okay. Questions, comments, and debate on the motion? So thank you very much, Administration, for bringing that and clarifying and changing up some of the old terms of reference to kind of be in line with the other two, so I appreciate that. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay. And that is carried. All right, looking at the time, let's take a recess and we'll come back to do with the other two bylaws a little bit later. Thank you. right, welcome back to your meeting. And continuing on our agenda, we're looking at number 8.4, which is the bylaw for the Committee Code of Conduct. Go ahead, Administration.
Thank you. Just 1 second, Your Worship.
You come over here.
Thank you. Through Your Worship to all of Council, as part of the Boards and Committee review undertaken by Legislative Services in 2024, Administration committed to reviewing the Code of Conduct as it pertains to public committee members. Currently, public committee members' conduct is addressed within the Council Code of Conduct bylaw. Recognizing the distinct difference between public committee members and members of Council, Administration is recommending a standalone Code of Conduct bylaw for committee members to set out clear expectations and standards of conduct for the role of public members. The Committee Code of Conduct has been created as a framework to guide expected behaviors and as an educational tool for effective governance. Phase 4 of the Boards and Committee Review Project includes ongoing training for Council-appointed committees, and should Council approve this bylaw, training in relation to code expectations will be incorporated into each committee's orientation training in Q1 of 2025. Administration is recommending 3 readings of the bylaw this evening.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Thank you for providing our package and definitely splitting that up from the Council's Code of Conduct. Very appreciative. Members of Council, questions for clear and understanding? Okay. Councillor Anderson, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Administration, I am on page 103. Just have a quick question, hopefully, in regards to 4.2.0. It says members shall, when conducting committee business, prepare written correspondence, etc., act in a manner that. One of the items mentioned under there is the media. And then further down, 5.1.0 says members shall not communicate on behalf of the town. When I think about members, committee members interacting with the media, from my perception, that would be communicating on behalf of the town. And so just looking for some comments and clarity there, please.
Yeah, go ahead, Administration.
Thank you for the question. Through Your Worship to Deputy Mayor Anderson. So ultimately, the section with respect to communications is setting the standard of who can communicate on behalf of the town. But we do recognize that sometimes committee members will be at events or in situations where the media is in attendance. And so we just want to set the expectation that professional conduct is still required with dealing with the media, and training will be provided to the committee members to remind them to defer any comments based, any feedback from as a committee member representing the committee would be directed to the town's communication department.
Thank you for that. And a quick follow-up, if I may. Would that be extended to sort of the mass media, if you will? Or would this include our in-house videographer and those sorts of things as well, who may interview media members at an event and that sort of thing?
Okay.
So through Your Worship to Deputy Mayor Anderson, so the intent is that committee members should not be speaking on behalf of the town unless they've been authorized to do so by council. So if the committee has been authorized to provide context for some video promotional matter that's being done by the town, then the committee would be entitled to provide that feedback. But ultimately, the goal is that the committee does not speak on behalf of the town.
Thank you. Any more questions for clear understanding? Okay. Councillor Hansard.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to get a piece of clarification, if I might. I had originally written down page 20, 6.20, but I'm looking back at it and I'm going, why did I put that down? I just wanted to, there are several things here listed. Councillors may not engage resources, property, equipment, services, information, or supplies to pursue their private interest or the interest of someone they know. Council is given a budget to purchase our electronic equipment, computers, iPhones, that type of thing. That is not considered town asset, is it? I mean, if it's money given to us to buy an iPhone, we are allowed to use our iPhone for business and personal things, correct? And the same is true of our computers?
That'll be correct, but that is not in the committee code of conduct that we're dealing with right now.
It is not, page 120?
That will be under the code of conduct for council, not the committee. So we're dealing with 8.4 at this point in time.
Okay.
So if you want to reserve that till we can bring it back to administration when we deal with 8.5.
Okay, then I do have another question. Okay. Somewhere in here between the committees and council, it is stated that basically what we're doing is cleaning up this whole issue of code of conduct even on committees. And does that apply to all the committee members, or is that speaking specifically to council members who sit on committees and how we conduct ourselves?
Okay. So as an 8.4, this is the code of conduct for committee members, so that's all committee members?
Would that include members of council who are appointed to the committees?
Yes, but the following bylaw that we're dealing with, 8.5, the council code of conduct, is even stronger than the original one, than the one for the committee. So it has a little different variations in there because there's different legal parameters that we have to take care of.
And that would come later under council?
That would come at 8.5. We'll be dealing with right after we finish 8.4.
Okay, just clarifying.
Okay. Okay, so any more questions on 8.4, the committee code of conduct? See now, thank you, administration. Councilor Lowry for the first motion, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move that Town Council give first reading to bylaw 2703/G/24, a bylaw to establish the committee code of conduct.
Thank you. Any questions, comments, and debate on the motion? Call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Councilor Loyens for second reading, please.
Town Council gives second reading to bylaw 2703/G/24.
That's carried. Moving on to unanimous consent. Councilor Pletchko.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council give unanimous consent to consider third reading to bylaw 2703/G/24.
Okay, thank you. As all members have been privy to tonight, if council does all three readings in one sitting, we have to have unanimous consent. Call the question. All in favor? That is carried. Councilor Hansard, please.
Your Worship, I move that Town Council give third reading to bylaw 2703/G/24.
Thank you. Members of council, any last questions, comments, and debate? Oh. Okay, thank you, administration, for bringing this forward and splitting up the code of conduct for committee members and council members. Call the question. All in favor? That's carried. Okay, move on to 9.5, which is the council code of conduct. Go ahead, administration.
Thank you, Mayor Choi. To you and all members of council, this presentation outlines the requirement for a code of conduct and highlights the key changes being proposed to the bylaw for consideration by council this evening. The Municipal Government Act requires every council in Alberta to establish by bylaw a code of conduct governing the conduct of members of council. Beyond the legislative requirements to adopt a council code of conduct, the code can be an effective governance tool for council to guide members in respect of how to carry out their roles and responsibilities. The code also provides a mechanism to educate members of the public about the roles of council and what the public can reasonably expect from their council members. The code complements and reinforces the principles of democracy, transparency, and accountability that already exist in the Municipal Government Act. The code must be reviewed at least once every 4 years and was last reviewed in 2020. Amendments included in the proposed bylaw relate to clarity, formatting, enhanced processes, and to address changes to the Municipal Government Act brought about by Bill 20. Key changes proposed include the removal of public-appointed committee members, which are now addressed in the Committee Code of Conduct, as well as includes the addition of the following: mandatory orientation training, conflict of interest provisions, an increased threshold for written declarations related to minor and token gifts, a 60-day complaint submission timeframe, an initial assessment process, a refundable fee for complaint submissions, and a municipal election complaint limitation period. The Council Code of Conduct bylaw is being presented for 3 readings this evening, and administration is available to respond to questions of council.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that. So we'll go to the first question of clarity. So that's on page 120, 6.10, 6.20, as earlier asked by Councillor Hansard. Councillor Hansard, do you want to repeat your question?
Do I want to repeat my? Not sure I'll be able to word it the same. I just wanted to verify on page 120, 6.2.0, where the bylaw speaks to councilors may not engage administration, resources, property, equipment, services, information, or supplies to pursue their private interest or the interest of someone they know. Council is given a budget at the beginning of each term to buy computer, iPad, phones. And it's expected that we would keep our equipment up to date. Makes it much easier when IT needs to step in and help us if we're not using old equipment. I'm just curious that I want to be clear that even though council has been given the money to purchase these things, these devices are not considered town devices. Is that correct?
That is correct. So it's an allowance that's given to members of council at the beginning of every term to upgrade their electronics or hardware that they need to do the job as councillor. So you're allowed to use them any way you like. I think this 6.20 talks about, for example, what's a good thing? I don't know, like, for example, we have a huge printer in the town office that we probably can't get anywhere else unless you find somebody. And if you needed that printed out, you can't just come in and use it, per se, right? Without talking to people and getting things done properly. So that is in there so that if you needed your branches cut from your tree, you can't go to the Public Works and grab a machine there, a bucket to go up to your tree and cut it. So that's the provision there. In terms of technology that is given to us as an allowance, then that is your personal property that you're using for town business.
Okay. And I do have one other question, but I'll wait until others have a chance to ask.
Thank you, Councillor Hansard. Any other questions, comments for clarity and understanding? Councillor Pletchko.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I'll refer to page 125, 18.1.0. A complaint shall pay the town a refundable fee in the amount of $100 upon the filing of a formal complaint. I'm just wondering if that is a fee that is consistent with other municipalities. And the reason I ask that, when you go down to it, where a complaint is found to be frivolous, vexatious, or not made in good faith that's not refunded. But we've seen in the past several of them, not within our community, but other communities, where that is something that people are just doing to do. And I'm wondering if that amount of fee, the $100, is a sufficient amount of fee that somewhat deters people from doing that act.
Okay, thank you. Administration.
Thank you for the question, through Your Worship, to Councillor Pletchko. So we set the refundable fee at $100, consistent with our residential SDAB appeal fee, which actually is not a refundable fee. People have to submit that fee and it stays. We are not setting the fee to be a barrier for individuals. We're just setting a fee to make sure that there's purposeful consideration before submitting a complaint. And we believe this is a good initial starting point that we could review should we find that we're having a challenge with those types of complaints being submitted. At this time, we are not, but we are just being proactive for the future.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and I appreciate you bringing that up, Councillor Pletchko. So my question then, in terms of ties into that, well, this is a fee, so would this be better suited if it was attached to the fees and charges bylaw that Council approves every year?
Thank you, through Your Worship, to all of Council. We will be including that fee with the fees and charges bylaw. However, the context of how the fee is used is better suited within this bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions for clear understanding? Okay, Councillor Hansard, go ahead.
Your Worship, I'd like to refer everyone to page 122, item 13.1.5. And it's a fairly lengthy one, but I think it's, I want to make sure I'm on the right page, Your Worship. The way it reads is, trying to see, councilors shall refrain from the misuse, I think it means of confidential information, the word of is missing, confidential information that they have knowledge of by virtue, and there are some blanks there, of their position as a councilor or committee member that is not in the public domain, including emails, correspondence from other councilors or third parties such that it may cause harm, detriment, or embarrassment to the town of Stony Plain Council, other councilors, a committee member, or administration, members of the public, or third parties. This would be pretty inclusive, and I think it's good in a way that it speaks to everyone, committee members as well as, if I'm reading it correctly, councilors, or specifically councilors, and also encompasses committee members, because on some of our committees, we are privy to confidential information, and it's not for us, for anyone, to leave the committee meeting and go out and about in the public, friends, family, or anyone, to talk about what has been discussed there. So I'm just wondering if, am I interpreting this correctly, and is that the reason that this was included here, so that we're all reminded that we have a serious obligation not to be creating a problem where one does not need to exist?
Administration, go ahead.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Hansard. So if you look at the red line version, this was verbiage that has always been in the council code of conduct, but ultimately it's just reminding councillors of the importance of maintaining confidential information confidential, and just providing context related to that.
Okay, thank you.
Specifically, just clarification, would that then, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. Olson, is that also speaking that to councilors specifically, that in our committee meetings, if we become aware or are told as part of those committees, information that is not supposed to be shared, it's under confidentiality agreement or something like that, that it is not to be discussed among ourselves outside of that meeting, or with members of other councilors or councils or the public or anyone? Is that what we're speaking of here?
Go ahead, Administration.
Thank you for the question, through your worship, to Councillor Hansard. So, as indicated when we brought the Committee Governance Framework Bylaw in March, it would be very few opportunities that a advisory committee of council would have a need for confidential information. When it comes to standing committees of council, which may be members of council only on those committees, there may be different requirements that are put in that terms of reference that would be addressed at that time.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lowry.
Thank you, Your Worship. Referring to page 123, 16.2.0, this is in the red line version. It's talking about the informal complaint process. And it's stating that basically if, as a councillor, we receive a concern about our conduct, we'll attempt in good faith to informally resolve the matter if practical to do so. If the counselor believes the matter should be addressed through the formal complaint process, or if an informal resolution is not reached, the counselor will suggest the individual file a formal complaint under section 17.0. Who makes the determination whether that should be addressed through a formal complaint process? Because it's saying if an informal resolution is not reached, well, if somebody's brought something forward and we don't believe that it should go through the formal complaint process, which is the first line, but an informal resolution wasn't reached, are we then still required to say that it goes through the formal complaint process, even though the first sentence is that we don't believe? So I'm not sure as a counselor how I'm supposed to act, because this is saying if I believe it should be addressed through the formal complaint process, which let's say I don't believe the matter should be, but an informal resolution isn't reached, meaning the person who's brought it forward isn't satisfied, they're not satisfied, I don't believe it should go through formal, am I obligated, as per the next sentence, to still suggest they file a formal complaint?
I thank you through your worship to Councillor Laurie. I don't believe that is the intent of this section. I think the intent of the section is to encourage informal resolution of complaints. Should council members not be able to reach a resolution through the informal complaint process, individuals always have the right to file a formal complaint. However, if a council member themselves believes that it should go through a formal complaint process, they can file a formal complaint, or they can advise the individual that they have the option to file a formal complaint should they wish to.
Right, so my concern with this section though is the way that it is written is that if as the counselor I don't believe that it has justification, that it has merit, etc., to go through the process, but I do not advise the person or suggest the person file a formal complaint, then am I now in a second violation of the Code of Conduct? Because it is stating, if an informal resolution is not reached, the counselor will suggest the individual file a formal complaint under section 17. So looking at my obligation as the sitting counselor, or our obligation as a sitting counselor, in essentially any circumstance where an informal resolution is not reached, are we then obligated to suggest the individual file a formal complaint?
Yeah, I think the difference between here is will or may. I think you, as administration mentioned, yeah, any member has the formal complaint process. But following the logic of this, that means if there was a complaint against, for example, myself, we have a conversation with the individual, and the individual says, yeah, I still think there should be. Like, do I have to then tell them to go to do a formal complaint? Or you can do whatever you want. I don't believe that there's an issue here. I don't have to tell you to do that. So I think that it's the following the lines there. I think next steps. Will. Yes, the term of will versus may.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Laurie. I don't believe the intent was a shall. I think that perhaps the wording we've used is should have been a may. I guess from an administrative perspective, I would always encourage council members to provide the information to a resident of how they can proceed through a complaint process.
Okay, appreciate that, Councillor. Anything else?
Yeah, I appreciate that, Your Worship, but I guess I'm just looking for clarity as to whether that is a clerical change that can be done without requiring a motion of change, or whether that would need to, because again, unfortunately, as we have seen, code of conducts have been weaponized in other communities, thankfully not in ours. I am looking that is one of those ones where I see an opportunity for this to be abused, even though the intent is not. And so if that's a clerical, then fine. If it's not a clerical, then I would likely, once it's on the table, look for an amending motion.
Okay, thank you. And then I'll take those comments. And again, when we come to accept the first reading, then I'll look around the table again to see if it is an amendment or is it... Okay,
I do have a second.
Okay. Okay, I'll go to Councillor Loynes, and I'll come back to you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. On page 123 on the red line version on 16.1.1 and 16.1.2, it still states elected official, whereas everywhere else it has been changed to councillor. Is that, once again, just a misstep, or is it, okay.
Through Your Worship to Councillor Loynes, that's a clerical error that we will correct. Thank you for pointing that out.
Okay, and then since it's there, I'll just ask the question now too. Because under 16.1.1, we have crossed off board member, because now we have a code of conduct for committees. But in the previous rendition on page 122, as mentioned by Councillor Hansard earlier, page 13.1.5, there is still reference to committee member.
Through Your Worship, to all of council. So the reference to committee there in 13.1.5 is indicating that should a councillor receive the confidential information at a committee, not committee member, and so councillors again may be appointed to standing committees in which there may be a potential of confidential information being provided. So that's why we've referenced committee only in that section, not committee member. Just to clarify an earlier comment, the committee code of conduct is only applicable to public members. Councillors are always bound by their code of conduct, even when they are participating as a committee member on a council-appointed committee.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Okay, Councillor Lori, go ahead.
In the first sentence, it does say, red line, misuse of confidential information. There may have knowledge by virtue of their position as a councillor or committee member that is not in the public.
Thank you. Through Your Worship to Councillor Loynes, sorry. And that's representing councillor as a committee member on a committee.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lori.
Thank you, Your Worship. 17.5, which would be, here's one additional page there, 124. This talks about our process, and this isn't really anything that's been changed in this, but it is just a question of clarity. So the option A is engaging the services of qualified external investigators to conduct an investigation of the complaint, or B is to refer the complaint to council for direction. When I'm reading this, I'm just looking again for the clarity. So is that the CAO can either engage an external investigator immediately or can seek council's feedback on whether or not to engage an external investigator? And I guess then where do we define council's options for the investigation of a complaint if option B is chosen?
Through Your Worship to Councillor Lori. So you're correct that clause does allow for the CAO to make either distinction. My understanding is that depending on the type of complaint, and I would say that the majority of complaints that are deemed to meet the requirements of the bylaw would be rerouted to a third-party investigator just to eliminate any perception of bias. However, on occasion, there may be a complaint that is maybe more simple in nature that the CAO may think is okay to go directly to council for that consideration. And council always has the right to direct administration to send it to a third party for investigation.
Thank you. Anything else?
Again, thank you, Your Worship, and I guess more so just the clarity then on the process and requirement for council to investigate a complaint then. If that is the option, if the CAO is able to refer the complaint to council for direction, I mean, is that essentially saying that if the CAO were to bring a code of conduct complaint forward to council for direction, could council make a motion or vote to not have that complaint investigated?
Through your worship to Councillor Laurie, that is correct.
Yes. So I think that the clause in there from the original conversation back when we adopted it was that if a complaint came in and it was grossly misrepresentative and unfounded, then there is no need to engage a third party. Those would be sent to council for just to review. And at that time, if council believes that it is warranted, then council then can flip it back to a third party. But that would be at the discretion of the town manager or the chief administrative officer based on the complaint and based on the history and knowledge, if there is some legal grounds or standing on that complaint, or if it is like grossly misstated or it's just unfounded and it's just, as somebody mentioned earlier, in the code of conduct being used as a weapon just to, bog up time and staff time and councillor time.
Thank you, Your Worship. Appreciate that, and I guess I'm looking more so just for ensuring our compliance with the MGA's requirement for us to have the code of conduct, because I completely agree that if we were to face frivolous complaints, that I'd like to see them dealt with expeditiously without a financial burden to the taxpayer, the municipality. However, also we have a duty to fulfill the requirement of the MGA. So I'm just a little concerned if we have a clause that says that it can be referred to council and council can quash it, would that put us in any violation of the MGA?
Yeah, that's a good question. Then, in terms of the two clauses there, does it meet the direction that was stated in MGA in terms of the requirements for a code of conduct?
Thank you for the question, through your worship to Councillor Laurie. So the MGA does not prescribe how a complaint process has to be done. It just indicates that the code must provide for a mechanism of complaint process. And by virtue of the content of this code of conduct, I believe that we meet that.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments for clarity? Okay. See none. Thank you, administration, for making those adjustments. We will go to Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move that Town Council give first reading to bylaw 2702/G/24, a bylaw to establish a council code of conduct.
Okay. Thank you, members of council. We had some questions of clarity understanding. There was one notation there in terms of page 123, replacing the elected officials with council. And then there's also some commentary around 16.2, the word versus will versus may. Let's look around the table. Are we all okay with those changes? That doesn't. Okay. Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know that I have anything well thought out to contribute here, but I'm a little bit hesitant with the word may, and the only reason for that is I think at the council table, obviously there's an understanding of what that process is, where when it comes to the general public who may not be aware of that process, is there an obligation for members of council to provide that education and understanding? Maybe it's not to refer them to the formal complaint process, but maybe there's an opportunity there to refer them to CAO, for further discussion or something in that effect. So there's not a motion there, or a motion to change or amend, but just sort of the thoughts that I've been thinking through as that word change came forward.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate those comments. Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. Since we don't have unanimous on that, I'll make a motion that we amend 16.2.0 in the last sentence to say the councillor may suggest the individual file a formal complaint under section 17, and when ready, I'll speak.
Okay, we're just going to put that amendment on pause for a second. So, members of council, are we good with the, I saw we were head nodding, just making sure that we're clear that we're good with the changing of the word elected officials to council? Okay, so that'll be clear. Cool. And then in terms of on page 123, 16.2.0, so there'd be an amendment to change the word will versus to may. Go ahead, Councilor Lori.
Thank you, Your Worship. Simply looking to avoid an opportunity for what I would consider double jeopardy. If somebody approaches a councillor with, as we've already kind of discussed, a potentially frivolous code of conduct violation, it should not be a duty of the councillor to then advise this person that if you're not happy with my response, you can file it here. It's an opportunity for somebody to essentially take a frivolous complaint to a councillor, and if a councillor does not use the exact appropriate words, to then potentially have a justifiable and verifiable code of conduct violation that really, in essence, is not a code of conduct violation. It's a technicality. We do have the process. The process is very public. I do trust that everyone around this council bench has the wherewithal to ensure that residents are aware of that process if necessary. This is one of those areas where I look at it as the wording that is used. We've already heard from administration, the wording is not the intent. The intent was, again, to be ensuring that council was making sure residents were aware where reasonable. The strong word that is used here stating the councillor will suggest the individual file a formal complaint under section 17, I believe softening that to may reduces any opportunity for somebody to abuse that section rather than have it be the intent of the section.
Okay, thank you. Any more conversations, debate on the motion to amend? Okay, Councillor Anderson, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think where I get tripped up a little bit is if the councillor believes the matter should be addressed through the formal complaint process, then I think it is important that we offer that, but it's the combination of, or if an informal resolution is not reached, and that's where I would suggest we don't need to, and there would be a choice there. And so going to leave it there.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor, for bringing this forward. I think it was one of the questions that we see all the time when we see words of may, will, can. No, personally, I'm okay with the word will, as it kind of gives us the, well, that is our role, is to be transparent and up and open and honest with the residents. Saying that we will gives us that ability to do that. So the only thing I can think of is if there was a complaint that came in, that complainant dealt with the individual councillor that was involved in the complaint, or the councillor believes it was frivolous, but the complainant doesn't. So, as mentioned, around this bench, we're all up to date with the code of conduct. We understand what we're doing. We want to be engaged with the residents, transparent. We would tell them, this is our conversation. I disagree with you. You may disagree with me. However you think, if I'm out of line, here's the process. Right? So I don't think any of us will do that. Will other councillors in the future say, well, it says may, so I'm not really going to let them know that there's actually a formal process if they want to do that? I don't know. I think people have mentioned before that, around this table, we're good. But what if the 7 of us is not here? So I'm leaning towards leaving it as will, but I'll listen to the closing comments by Councillor Lori to decide my vote. There's no more, Councillor Lori? Closing?
No closing.
So the amendment is to change the word on 6.2.0 from will to may. Okay. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, moving back to the original motion that was made by Councillor Anderson, our Deputy Mayor, regarding
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I didn't look up to see the results of that motion. Did that pass or fail?
It was defeated, just 5-2. It was 2-5. Okay. Any more questions, comments, and debate on the motion for first reading? Okay, call the question. All in favor of first reading? Okay. Councilor Laurie, you were...
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the Town Council give second reading to bylaw 2702/G/24.
Okay. Questions, comments, debate? Call the question. All those in favor? Okay. Moving to unanimous consent. Councilor Meyer.
I thought you forgot about me over here. It's been so long since you called on me.
There's 6.
File a complaint. The Town Council give unanimous consent. Consider third reading to bylaw 2702/G/24.
Okay, thank you. As members of council realize that if we do 3 readings in one sitting, we need unanimous consent of council. Call the question. All in favor? Okay. Councilor Loynes, third reading, please.
Town Council give third reading to bylaw 2702/G/24.
Thank you. Any questions, comments, debate on third reading? We just passed it. Okay. I did see your hand go up.
You probably saw my hand go up in foolishness, because I'm just prepared to vote against it, based on the amendment that Councilor Laurie put forward. I think it was a small word, but it makes a world of difference if you're the one that's being targeted.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks for comments. Any other questions, comments, and debate on third reading? Okay. Call the question. All in favor? Okay, that is carried. Okay, let's let's move on to business items. 9.1, which is then the Stony Plain parking study update. Go ahead, administration.
Good evening, Your Worship and Council. Tonight, administration will present an informational item regarding the parking study that was commissioned through the Housing Accelerator project. The purpose of this presentation is to provide council with essential information ahead of the 2025 land use bylaw update. The study is a key component for the HAF project, ensuring our town's policies and practices are optimally aligned for future development. Planning staff are available this evening to clarify any points related to this information. I'll now pass the presentation to the town's project planner for her presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. Tonight I'll be presenting an update to the Stony Plain parking study to you for information. So we'll start with a brief background on the project and the scope of the study. We'll then review some key information relating to parking minimums and why administration is considering reducing the town's minimums. We'll then look into an overview of the parking study the town had completed, followed by the proposed scenarios administration will consider when updating the land use bylaw in 2025. And then we'll conclude with some next steps. So as previously stated, this project was identified in the town's 2023 Housing Accelerator Fund application. In early 2024, administration was notified that our HAF application was successful. Spring of 2024, scoping and project background research took place, and in summer of 2024, the consultant was selected to undergo the work. Surveying and project work continued through the summer and fall of 2024, with administration receiving the study in October. So the study's purpose was to determine parking supply and usage within the town. From this data, proposed scenarios were developed for the town to explore with the intent of reducing parking minimums within the town's land use bylaw. The land uses in scope for this project include residential, commercial, and community service uses. Examining parking usage and supply in residential areas was the primary focus for this study. Industrial land uses were not in scope for this project. So I'll just briefly review some key parking terminology and reasons for considering parking minimum reduction. So first of all, parking minimums. These are the minimum amount of parking the town requires by a development, which is regulated through the town's land use bylaw. For residential uses, parking minimums are tied to the housing typology or by number of bedrooms. And for commercial uses, parking minimums are tied to the size of the building. Parking supply is the amount of parking provided by a development. Parking demand is the amount of parking used at a particular time and place. Parking utilization is the measure of vehicles counted divided by the counted parking spaces. Off-street parking is parking facilities that are built off of the street. So these include private forms of parking such as garages, parking pads, and parking lots. And on-street parking is any publicly available parking on a public street. So while parking may seem like a smaller aspect of community building, it has a great effect on how municipalities grow and develop. A few forces affect parking supply and usage. As an economic good, parking is affected by the laws of supply and demand. So when planning their project, a community member or a developer will determine what the demand may be for parking within that project. Parking regulations imposed by the land use bylaw may inflate this demand and require more parking to be supplied than what the market would demand. In terms of human behavior, when there's a vast supply of free parking to use, it encourages driving as the primary mode of transportation, as opposed to encouraging other modes, such as public transportation usage, or more active forms of transportation, such as walking or rolling. Parking is also a strong influence in the design and layouts of municipalities. An abundance of surface parking lots lead to a more spread out urban form, leading to more urban sprawl and premature consumption of prime agricultural lands, as well as less walkability within the municipality. So there are also costs associated with parking. Some are obvious and some are a bit more discreet. So in terms of development costs, parking stalls in the Edmonton area can cost anywhere between $20,000 to $50,000 to develop, depending on whether it's surface or underground. For residential context, these amounts get added onto the cost of a home, furthering the affordability crisis a lot of Canadians find themselves in. For commercial uses, the cost of developing parking can be a barrier to a business opening up within the town as well. There are also some less obvious costs to providing parking. By spreading developments further apart, municipal infrastructure such as roads, water, sanitary, and storm lines and sidewalks have to be run further to accommodate this expansion. This results in a larger land area to service with higher costs and greater infrastructure liability on the same tax base. There's also the opportunity cost of land not being used to its highest potential use. Parcels of land that would be dedicated to supplying parking could be used for higher tax generating uses, such as residential or commercial developments. Finally, there are the maintenance costs associated with parking, including snow and ice control, as well as routine operational maintenance of both the off-street lots as well as the public roads that provide access to them. So some of the benefits of reducing parking minimums within the land use bylaw include more compact development and lower land consumption, leading to less urban sprawl and less premature development on our surrounding prime agricultural lands. Reduction of minimums can also lead to decreased cost to develop within the town, as well as increasing the flexibility provided to our development partners and community members. The reduction can also lead to a faster permitting process by decreasing the risk that a development may require a variance. It can also increase the walkability of the town, making it easier for the residents of Stony Plain to choose alternative transportation methods. What's important to note here is that while parking minimums may be changed, it does not necessarily equate to providing less parking within a development. The intent of reducing parking minimums is to provide greater flexibility to development partners and community members to determine what amount of parking is appropriate for their project. So on to the study, 19 sites were selected as representative samples of various land uses. They were surveyed for their parking supply and usage. For residential sites, the surveying took place between 9 p.m. to 12 a.m. on weeknights to gauge a usage rate when most people would be at home. And for commercial and community service uses, surveying occurred on weekdays during peak operational hours. So it was found that off-site parking is oversupplied for most residential uses. It did vary between the typology of use for, detached to multi-unit, but overall it was oversupplied in the sites that were surveyed. Commercial use supplies were also found to be matched to our current LUB requirements, but what exists currently from the sites surveyed was an oversupply of parking. Community service use that was surveyed in this site, or in this study, was the Stony Plain Public Library. Results found that the off-street parking was undersupplied for employee usage. However, for patrons, the supply was adequate from the on-street parking. So a jurisdictional scan was also completed as part of the study, where the town's parking regulations were compared to 6 other communities. It was found that Stony Plain's residential requirements were slightly higher than other jurisdictions studied, but commercial requirements were slightly lower. So overall, on average, the town is on par with other studied communities that haven't recently updated their land use bylaws. Also supplied within the study were some best practices to consider when reviewing parking regulations. So the first one here is the elimination of parking minimums. This has been implemented successfully in a few jurisdictions, including Edmonton, Calgary, and High River. The benefits of this include greater flexibility for development, as well as reduced development costs within the town. Implementing a parking maximum, which sets a cap on how much parking can be allowed on a site. This protects against the oversupply of parking. Lowering parking for affordable units is another tool to be considered. It's been recognized that affordable housing developments typically have less demand for parking, so lowering the requirements for this typology would make the development of affordable housing easier within the town. Setting minimums by area is another consideration. It would allow for context-dependent parking regulations by identifying where we want to promote walkability and mode shift. This is already practiced in part by the town with parking requirements within our C3 district, which is in our Old Town area. Shared parking provisions, which involve sharing parking between facilities with opposing peak hours. So this would be sharing parking between an office building and a multi-unit residential, for example. And finally, transportation demand management as kind of a more innovative way to promote mode shift and lessen dependency on vehicle transportation. So this involves lowering parking requirements for a development if they provide greater amenities than what's required. And for example, something like cycling amenities within a building. Within the development, they would have lesser parking requirements. Finally, barrier-free parking, which while not included on this slide is another consideration. Please note that should administration propose the reduction of parking minimums, barrier-free parking will be tied to the amount of parking provided on a site just to ensure that it's still provided to meet the needs of the community. So as an outcome of this study, scenarios were proposed to reduce parking minimums ranging from no changes to our current minimums to impactful levels of change. These include the total removal of parking minimums, matching to analysis results, simplifying residential minimums, or maintaining the status quo. I will just note that there was a 4th option presented on this slide deck. Since the slides were submitted, administration had a conversation with the consultant to remove it from the report, so it's still on the slides, but we'll just ignore that. My apologies for any confusion there. So this table presents a brief summary of the changes that each scenario would entail. So for scenario 1, removing all the parking minimums. This would require no minimums in residential or commercial uses. Scenario 2 involves changing the town's parking requirements to match the usage rates observed. So this would involve a 20% reduction in minimums for residential uses, but no changes for commercial minimums. Scenario 3 involves reducing parking minimums to 1 stall per unit and making no changes to the commercial parking minimums. And finally, the 5th option would be to just maintain the status quo, which would result in no changes to the town's parking requirements at this time. So as for some next steps, the project implementation is as follows. So over winter 2024 and 2025, administration will be progressing on the land use bylaw study and update initiative outlined in our HAF action plan. And this will result in administration bringing the updated bylaw to council in spring of 2025. Thank you, and we'll now take any questions.
Thank you for the presentation, and definitely informative with the results of the survey and then the study. So looking forward for comments and questions from members of council. Members of council, questions of clarity and understanding? Councilor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. It's a great report. It's a very technical report, and it has lots of fabulous detail. The problem, and where I have a question on this, is the public perception of it. We just had a public hearing in regards to a potential zoning change and development that the parking was a contentious part of it, even though in reality it wasn't. And so when I look at these changes, no matter how fabulous they are, the public perception and public acceptance of them, I fear, is incredibly low. How do we go about getting public input to balance with the technical input, to look at recommendations that not only may functionally work, but may also be accepted by the community?
Go ahead, Administration.
Your Worship, to Councillor Lori. It's a good question. And I guess I would start by saying that as part of the land use bylaw, kind of the outcome of this work here, we're doing a report for the LUB, and some of the outcome, or kind of, I guess, administration's recommendations for the land use bylaw would be documented in that report, and the intention is that report would be made to the public. So there is some opportunity to elicit some feedback generally from that. Through the land use bylaw review, we're also intending to talk to the PAC, the Planning Advisory Committee that is, as well as to some of our builders and stakeholders, developers, basically the build group, and also have some additional conversation with council in terms of, again, some of those changes that we're proposing. So in essence, this here is kind of a first step, if you would, to kind of clear the plate in terms of what's actually there, some facts, I guess, establishing, to start that conversation so that when we get to the actual land use bylaw, it's not new. You're not debating on things that have not been discussed, and that's one of the reasons why we're here a little bit, is just to make sure that we're starting that conversation early.
Good. Anything else?
So, yeah, appreciate that, and just mostly a comment on that. I think, unfortunately, the land use bylaw is such a large technical document that public engagement and input and understanding, frankly, of it is little to none. The groups you speak of, the Planning Advisory Committee, they're very knowledgeable, they're very understanding. They I would say, essentially one step below an elected body. They're in-depth and detailed knowledge. Again, the Planning Advisory Committee supported recommendations that the public very clearly did not support. Again, builders and developers, I mean, they're probably looking at the massive change going, don't give us any parking requirements. They love that. That's the easiest for them. So when I'm looking at something like this that's very detailed, very specific to parking, how do we make sure that it stays out of getting buried in a land use bylaw when it comes to receiving the public perspective? Because if this simply goes as a presentation here tonight, and that is then used to influence the land use bylaw, by the time the land use bylaw comes back, because this is just a small section in the land use bylaw, how are we supposed to get the actual pulse of the public injected into that?
Your Worship, Councillor Lori. Again, to reiterate a little bit of what I had mentioned in the first answer there, I think the main thing is the report that we're writing will have sections. One section is going to be specifically addressing parking, given the fact that we're doing a full study just to complement the land use bylaw update. So, you know, other than us providing the information, getting it out there, making it available, and then holding things such as the public hearing that allows individuals to come right in and comment, that's really the main way, I guess I could say, we're trying to address your concern. So thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. It's a big task. I do not envy the work that goes into that. Appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you, and that's a great point you brought up, Councilor Lori. And I just wanted to just kind of remind members of council that is our job to have those conversations with our residents as we move in our community, go to events, go to festivals, and just see them at the grocery store. And a perfect example of this is when we did the land use bylaw the last time we came through. There's a few members of council that were with me at that point in time, and we caught the fact that you know, talking to industry leaders and such, they wanted to reduce the lot sizes more than what council was comfortable with. We saw that, we made those changes because that's our involvement, and that's how we got the pulse of the communities, because we stayed involved and connected with the community. When it came forward, we said, no, that's not what we're about, and we made those changes. So again, I would urge members of council to be vocal, talk to members of our community, and then when we come to debate the land use bylaw changes, bring those up. We'll make those recommendations and changes if required. Councillor Hansard.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a couple of comments. May I make comments? One of my concerns about this is things look so lovely in a report, and they do make sense on a certain level. On another level, they don't make good sense because as I'm reading this report and checking the different places that are referenced, I'm thinking about such places as Meridian Loop, Brookview, some areas of Westera, St. Andrews Avenue in my own neighborhood, and I could go on with that list, and this is out on the street parking. If you go into certain condo projects or even Bearland condo projects where people are parking on the street to the nth degree, people there would look at this and say, are you crazy? Because this doesn't make sense to them, because they always seem to have problems with packed parking on the street. My thought is we are not yet, and may not be for a long while, a transit functional community, and I think there were 3 communities mentioned. One was Calgary, one was Edmonton, one was High River, I think. In particular, 2 of those are abundantly supplied with public transit. Talking about parking issues and how we don't need parking is a totally different matter in larger city centers than it is when you get where in places like Stoney's Plain, for instance, where everybody drives. We're getting better at walking. Certain times of the year we're better at walking and biking and other ways of getting ourselves around. But when you drive a vehicle, you have to have some place to park it if you're going to do business anywhere. So I am a bit concerned about those things being taken into serious consideration. And I appreciate that there was an observation made in various areas, driving around during the busy day, driving around at night, assuming that most people would be at home, and therefore you can make a judgment call on how many cars are sitting in a parking lot and how many vacant spaces there are. I'm not saying that's wrong, I'm just not thinking that's a full picture. And how else would you do a survey of parking in the community? I don't know. I drive around this town an awful lot and I see a lot of people struggling with parking. So I am concerned that maybe some of this is a little bit skewed. I would hate to see us just chop parking severely, perhaps, and then have come to a point in time where we regret it. There was a mention made on page 153 at 1.12 regarding the Housing Accelerator Fund, and I don't know that this plays into this that big, but I don't even know where we stand with this Housing Accelerator Fund, because the federal government now has come down with some pronouncements about that, and we may not even ultimately receive what we thought we were going to receive. That's my interpretation of some material that I've read and studied on it. But we need to be aware that every time somebody wants to develop something, parking is a discussion. And I know that planning department is getting this right between the eyes all the time, because people are coming in there not wanting to build the parking or provide the amount of parking that perhaps we've said they need to do under the old guidelines. So I'm not sure where I want to go with this, except to say maybe The report is beautiful, and it's more detailed on parking than anything I've seen since I've been on council, so I really appreciated that. Agreeing with everything that's there is another matter for me, although I like the idea that my brain is stretched and I'm forced to think differently about parking, but I don't think we're ready to start chopping severely the amount of parking required, because I think it's going to be very difficult to get certain projects approved if the public, as Councillor Laurie says, believes that their issues around parking are not taken into serious consideration. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for your comments. And just to clarify, the Housing Accelerator Fund, the town did receive the majority of those funds. That was based on the agreement, and that was provided update by the town manager. So that is why this is part of those dollars that we're using. Also, the enterprise software that we're changing, and also hiring additional staff to help that through. The other requirement is to meet a certain housing starts within the next 3 years to get the remaining 1.7. So I'm not too sure. I haven't read anything that we're not getting in those dollars, but the initial amount is already in our bank account.
I understand, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that comment. However, I don't know what that means as far as the federal government's concerned, whether that means it can be pulled back, we have to come up with the money and give it back. I think there was something that was sent out by the town manager. I'll go back and read it again, but I did further research on it.
Yeah, that was for the second phase of the Housing Accelerator Grant. We were successful in the first phase, which does not have the same requirements and conditions. Our only requirement is that we meet the housing starts to get the remaining $1.7 million. Councillor Meyer.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Hansard, I think your brain is stretched when reading this report because I think it's full of malarkey. I think the whole thing is set to come to one conclusion. But anyhow, I do have questions because I could be wrong. Just on page 166, actually I have several, so you cut me off when I've taken up my turn. Page 166, 3.2.2 speaks about the commercial sites, and in it, it talks about Google Maps being used to estimate parking. I'm just for some clarity there. How would they estimate that? Would they just measure the street? Would they include driveways? Do they use an average size vehicle? Give me some details there, please.
Through your worship to Councillor Meyer. My understanding in terms of what the consultants had done for the commercial is they had looked at the parking lines as denoted within each of the parking areas that were defined. This is, again, the on-site, so the off-street parking. Okay. So they would determine all of the parking that was shown based on Google Maps, and then based upon that, the municipality has provided them with the building information so they could determine what the land use bylaw requirements would be in terms of the actual parking that would be required today. And then when they went out to do their survey, they would count how many cars were currently there. So basically you got 3 different variables. You have the counts, the number of stalls based on the Google Maps, and then the required number of stalls based upon the area of the buildings in the surrounding lot.
Okay, I have another question on that, because while I was reading there, maybe you can explain it to me better, but I think it's 3.3.11 or 1.1. It speaks about this variation between what they count and what's supposed to be supplied, and then it speaks about if there's a greater than 10%, then they take, I believe it said the number that they're regulated to have, the higher supplied value. So Explain that one to me.
Through your worship to Councillor Meyer, my understanding is they basically have a conservative buffer in there to make sure that they account for that. So basically, okay, as an example, I guess, under the land use bylaw for a certain commercial plaza, it might require, let's say, 50 parking stalls. And when they go out there, they find out that there's actually 70 parking stalls that were provided. So that's more than what was required under the current land use bylaw. And if they go and they find that there's 48 parking stalls occupied, then they're going to say that that, you know, rounds up sort of thing to basically be what would be expected right now.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So would there be a scenario where there would be less parking stalls actually than what is said should be there?
Through your worship to Councillor Meyer, that would be possible. I believe the site, the one commercial one that they did in particular, was a site that had more parking than was required on the current land use bylaw. Now again, this site I believe was done probably in about the early 2000s. So again, the parking requirements back under the land use bylaw in 2000 might have been different. So it might have met the time. So that's one option. The other thing to say is perhaps there was a variance to the parking given on that specific development permit. So it's a little bit situational based upon what the plaza is and when it was approved under.
Okay. And can you also explain to me the, it speaks about garage parking and then it says counts, it won't count the garage parking as a spot. And then it also doesn't assume that there would be a vehicle in there. Can you just sort of, what's the word? Explain that one to me. Go ahead.
Thanks for the question. Through your worship to Councillor Meyer. So the challenge with garage parking is not all garage doors are open at night. So it's a little bit difficult to count if they're used inside. So as the best case scenario, they could determine how many parking stalls were available on the site in terms of the parking or the driveway, and then count if those spaces were utilized. So again, it's sort of a conservative approach in the sense that we don't know if the other parking stalls are being used as storage or additional cars, but they could at least make an estimate in terms of the parking pads, how much that utilization rate was for those areas that are visible from the street.
Thank you.
Okay, just one comment on that one, and I think to my fellow councillors that served any time on the fire hall will know going to any garage, and maybe Councillor Hanser, you would know this also from your time as a realtor, but most garages today, not that many people are parking. Well, I would say that a fair amount of them are used for storage. So to consider thinking that a garage is a parking stall, that's a bit of an assumption. Anyhow, I may have some more comments later.
Right. Thank you for those comments, and I'm glad that you mentioned earlier that during this study update that they did not count garage as parking spots. Just for the exact comments you said. Any more questions, comments for clarity? Councillor Fletchko, go ahead.
So mine's a bit of a comment. So as I read this, I wanted to think east, and east some more, based on the federal government's prediction of where we're going with vehicles down the road. The first portion of it, I almost felt the same as Councillor Meyer did, but I read the report. And then I went back and I read the report a second time. And I think what it tells me in here is there's definitely a new trend that we as councillors probably don't think of in a rural setting. You know, I think that's one of the biggest things that come to my mind was, you know, we look at this and we go, what's our residents going to say? And that was the first thing I thought was, our community is a truck community. We need parking stalls, regardless of what this report says. We've heard that from our residents 100 times, that we don't have enough parking stalls. But I think what this really does is this opens up the opportunity for us as councillors to have that conversation that we need to have with our residents. A more vibrant community, and maybe there is the opportunity. When I looked at the page 220, I think is what it is, and I look at similar communities doing similar things, Beaumont would be one of the communities I would say would be a similar community. However, Beaumont offers 10 minutes and they're in the city. So reducing the amount of vehicles there makes sense for me because they do have a pretty active transportation system in place. We're not far off from that when I look at what we actually have for requirements. So again, go back to the report and browse through it a little bit more. And I kept coming to the part where how do we communicate to our residents a new thought process? And this is something that we're not going to do overnight. I'm not even sure this council will be able to do what you're asking to do, based on this room will be full the minute it comes to council. So I think we're far, far ahead of where we need to be. So one of my questions that come to my mind as I read through this again was, is there a requirement based on the granting that we got to be able to have to reduce the traffic flow?
Your Worship, to Councillor Pletchko. There's nothing explicit. Again, part of our proposal was to explore parking, to do a study to better understand if there's any possibility to reduce parking minimums in the land use bylaw. That's it. So explore. So again, we've done that. Here's the results presented. And part of this is, you know, a question of where are we willing to go?
Understand, if I could. So another question that come to mind as I read through this, there was lots of facts based on what it costs us to build a parking lot or additional parking. And basically they pointed out that that's a taxpayer's responsibility. So as I read the report a little further, thought that come to mind was taxpayer's responsibility too is the busing you talk about in this. What is the cost associated with the busing, the upkeep, the maintenance, and the buying of the buses that goes back into this? Are we comparable or are we totally apart on that aspect? So when I read through the report, I see a number of studies in this report that get specific to certain things, but they don't cross-reference to what it's telling you that we should be doing. And I think that's part of the concern that I have is when I look through this, what I'll be looking for as we move forward is more answers to the questions of the concerns that they raise within this report and the suggestions they make, but only one-sided costs. I'd like to see the other side of costs too. And I truly would like to see, you know, this presentation put on some boards, the key portions of it, and open this to the public and tell them we're going to reduce the parking stalls requirement within our community, because I truly believe we are going to get a room full of people within our community. We are still in the thinking mode of rural, and that's really where we sit today. So, and part of this report kind of comes to my mind that it's more car related. So a car is substantially smaller than a truck in our community too. And I think that portion got left a little bit out of it is when they were talking about parking on the streets. And the other thing that is a big part of our community that we get left out is our community is a shift work community. So doing between 9 and midnight, you're missing 50% of our clientele that are working either in the mines or they're parked at the airport because they've flown to Fort McMurray. So I think we've missed portions of what could have been an addition to what this report is. So just some small conversations that I've kind of had through it, and I think I need to read this a little bit more in more depth and have some more conversation with my council members as well as some of my community members. So great report. It says a lot, but it does leave a lot to be unsaid as well.
Thank you, Councilor Pletchko. Any more questions, comments for clarity and understanding? Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to administration. Just a quick question on how the sites were selected for the count. So looking specifically at page 167, the single unit analysis, excuse me, list 47th Street with some additional details, Genesis Drive and Hendry Road. And so just wondering, was that our direction? Was that the contractor decided to count those sites? Where did those three come from?
Through your worship to Councillor Anderson. Combination of sort of back and forth negotiation, if you would. Again, part of the proposal or part of our RFP when we went out was we wanted the consultants to kind of observe the town, explore it a little bit, understand it, and then make some recommendations. Again, we were looking for certain types of sites to make sure we had a diversity of sites so that we can garner some of the results that this here had. So again, specifically those sites, they were, I'm going to say, recommended by the consultant. They were vetted by internal administration, sometimes combined a little bit. Again, I think they had more independent sites, and just so that we got a little bit more efficiency in terms of hitting a little bit more, some of the sites were kind of combined just so that we could hit, commercial, residential kind of next to each other if there was similar opportunities. But overall, it was kind of a negotiation between both recommendations from the consultants and then verified by administration.
Perfect. Thank you for that. And a follow-up, if I may. Just for curiosity's sake, I pulled up our housing report from 2022, I believe, and I don't have a perfect sort of analysis of the density of these areas and those sorts of things. But the thing that did stand out to me was they're all in neighborhoods that are red, and according to the legend, that would suggest they have 0 to 400 residents, which is actually the lowest number on the scale that is there. And it goes 400 to 800, 800 to 1200, and so on, up to greater than 1600 residents. Now, I understand that some of those neighborhoods are larger in size and that sort of thing, and that's not necessarily comparing apples to apples. But if we're doing our counts in 3 neighborhoods that have kind of a lower population, just wondering why we didn't look at neighborhoods that had a higher density in that count as well.
Your worship, to Councillor Anderson, my colleague here has pulled up the map. The one concern I guess I have with that map is it's based on counts of people. So a place like West Terra that's a quarter section and a little inherently is going to have more population at the same density, whereas a smaller area is going to have less people. So it's more color-coded by the size of the neighborhood than the density of the neighborhood. That said, we did actually try to ensure that we caught the density more on the type of land use district. So some sites were medium density, some were low density, and some were high density to ensure we had a different variety there. And then where we had the opportunity were, for example, multiple medium density sites, we tried to take one in a newer area and one in an older area where possible.
Okay, no, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate this isn't sort of a perfect example, but it's what I could come up with on, as I went through. But I don't know. I think Genesis, and certainly we had an audience here recently that talked about some of the parking challenges there, but I wouldn't say that that is the area of our community where I hear the greatest concern around parking. Same in sort of that side of Homesteads, I believe, where Hendry Road is. Certainly closer to the hospital, we hear some of those comments, but I just don't know that it is reflective of the areas that we hear, or I hear, I should say, my apologies to my colleagues on council, that I hear are sort of hot spots in our community for parking areas. So just food for thought.
Okay. Thank you. Any more questions for clear understanding? Councillor Meyer, go ahead.
Just going back to Councillor Palechko's question in regards to, we've now met the requirement to do the report. I'm curious, do we need to receive it for information to fully meet that requirement?
Through your worship, to Councillor Meyer, I believe the milestone is quite broad in terms of just presenting it to council would suffice. So I wouldn't worry too much about that aspect. Again, receiving for information is fairly typical for most of the items that are brought towards council. But again, I wouldn't consider any consideration for us not meeting the milestone if it wasn't received for information.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions and comments for clear understanding? Okay. Yeah. Actually, I just had the same question as Deputy Mayor earlier on page 123. Not page 123. What page was that? Sorry, 167, I believe. So many numbers are written down. Oh, sorry. It's page 165. So just my question is that in terms of the sites, there's nothing much on the south side of town in terms of, you know, High Park, Willow Park, West Terra. Can staff provide some commentary why like one of those sites was not picked?
Through your worship to all of council, again, there are other areas that were developed similar. Just looking at the map here, 8, 11, 5, 7. Again, kind of that Brookview / Homesteads was an area where we, as I mentioned earlier, we were trying to combine. So that way we got kind of 2 sites, an area that's a little bit less developed, a little less dense versus an area that's more dense. But again, a lot of those neighborhoods had others that were similar in other areas, I guess, both in terms of form. Again, a lot of areas where there's cul-de-sacs or predominantly loops, or other areas where there was more gridded areas with alleyways. We felt that there was a good variety with what we had there.
Councilor Meyer?
So just, I would encourage council not to accept this report. I don't think, just sit here and think about it. Does this report sound like it would be good for Stony Plain? I mean, Councillor Laurie, I think you had a strong comment there in regards to reality versus perception, and I think that's fair. But I would actually say it's more of reality versus convenience. There's things that make Stony Plain nice to live in. One of them is having your spot. Now, your quality of life goes down if you gotta haul the groceries across the street, or you gotta take the kids inside and march them through the snow, or if you have a disability and you can't park in your spot. So, like, we've met our requirements. I think we all kind of maybe see something amiss with this report. We don't have to accept it. We've learned some things, great. Maybe administration comes to us with some ideas, but we don't have to accept it.
Councilor, thanks, Councilor Meyer. Okay, this is again questions for clear understanding on the presentation. We're not debating the motion. There's no motion on the floor to debate. You have to accept it. There's no motion on the floor to. There is no motion, unless somebody accepted the motion without me looking.
All right, good point.
Okay. Any other questions for clear understanding? Okay. No, definitely appreciate this report. Actually, it goes to what a lot I've witnessed in this community for 44 years, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, I was young when I came through here, and I ran around and did a lot of stuff. Rode on bike everywhere, climbed trees, climbed buildings, climbed houses. There's always been a perception of not enough parking from then on till now. And I think that is the biggest word, is perception. Right? Yes, there's conveniences, and that's what we choose to do in our community. And that's why I gave that example of the land use bylaw in terms of the width of our lots. That's our feel. So for this, I think this report shows the difference of what we are perceived in the community, what we've had, and what reality is. Are we going to get everything exactly right? No, because we can't monitor our entire community 24/7 unless we're going to put closer televisions on every corner and watch everybody. That's not going to happen. Based on what I see on this report and what I've seen walking through high-density buildings and through the parking lots and visiting friends throughout the neighborhood, there is a parking issue at peak times. There's no denying that. But is there enough parking for the average resident? Yes. And I love this report that they did not count the parking stalls inside a garage. Because we've said many times that, yes, there's 2 parking spots inside the garage, but who's using it? So I'm glad that that's taken out, because if that was added, the numbers would look even worse. So I'm glad that staff was able to take care of that. I appreciate the commentary about why we didn't choose anything from High Park, Willow Park, or Westera. Thank you. I think I understand that was just the density models that we have in other areas as well that kind of covered that at the same time. Is that what I understood? Okay. And the number of locations that we reviewed, it gives us a good snapshot of what's happening. So definitely appreciate the work that's gone into this. And I look forward to having that come through different channels as we kind of spread that around and let our residents know this is what we got. What do you think? How are you doing? Okay, thank you. And with that, we're going to move on to the motion. Councilor Pletchko, you're next.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council accept the Stony Plain parking study update for information.
Thank you. Members of Council, we had the opportunity to ask questions and already kind of slowly comment and debate on the motion already. So is there any other official motion, debate on the motion? Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. And as I brought up during my opportunity to speak, I asked some questions about how do we take a report like this and bring it to our residents? How do we engage our residents? How do we have those discussions with residents? I am 100% supportive of accepting this report because I think, unfortunately, exactly as you mentioned, perception is the problem, not reality. And we have a perception of an issue that we have documentation proof. We have exactly what has been asked for a multitude of times to show that there is not, to show that, in fact, we have opportunities where we can refine things. And so my key takeaway from this is how do we take this hard work and have it all be for naught, and make sure it's not all for naught by having that perception continue to roll on? How do we take great reports like this and let that information be widely known and understood so that we have an engaged community who is informed, educated, and involved and understands why we're making some of the decisions we're making?
Thank you. Any more questions, comments, debate? Councillor Pletchko.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I think what's important is anytime we get a report that's put in front of us, it adds information. It gives us knowledge. It teaches us to be open-minded, and it helps to move our community forward. Just because we accept something for information does not mean anywhere in the process we have to do what's in the report. We as council, talking to our community, make educated decisions that are the best for our community based on all the knowledge that we can have. So I think by accepting this report for information, it's just one more tool in our toolbox that helps us to move ahead. Anytime we reject something, says we're pretty closed off at what we're trying to do within our community. And I think that speaks louder than with us looking at what we could do for our community. Every ounce is important to look at. So I think, you know, unless I hear something drastically different from anybody at this council table, it's simply for information, and I think it's something we should accept that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions, comments, debate? Councillor Hansard.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, my viewpoint is when information is presented to us in council, I'm always inclined to accept it for information. It's what happens subsequently, what action takes place based on that information, and boy, we'd better have our ears on right that night or when things come before us, because we can also refer to this report to support our own arguments. Maybe we won't like the way some of the information is presented. I certainly have an opinion because as a realtor, I often see places that we just don't have enough parking. But that doesn't mean we don't have enough parking overall in the community. It means in certain areas we have an issue. But I would say more times than not, you'll find that part of that parking issue is that people are choosing to park on the street rather than on their drive pads in the back or in their garages. I can't park in my garage. My garage is a lot of storage. We combined 2 households 3 years ago. I still haven't got my garage unpacked. When my husband moved home from Whitecourt with our second residence. So from my own experience, I know I have a short driveway, but it looks like I've got 4 parking spots. I don't. I have 2, and then I've got street parking. But there's streets in my neighborhood where the parking overflows onto my street, and then I have to put up with the idea that sometimes people park where I normally park my extra cars. Nevertheless, the issue is that we have information that's provided to us. We should accept it for information. Then we can refer to it. If we want to throw ideas away, we can do that when different subjects come to the fore. I would suggest that we be keenly aware of what the different issues are that are coming forward. And I'm not about to try to shove my viewpoint down somebody's throat as to whether there is or is not a parking problem in Stony Plain based on this report. It's information. I don't agree with all of it, but nobody said I have to agree with it. I can still accept it for information. And unless somebody chops off my hand, I'm likely to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Hanson. Any other questions, comments, debate on this? Councilor Loyens.
Thank you, Your Worship. I appreciate administration bringing this forward for us for information. As it's been mentioned, that is just exactly what it's for, information. We're not going to get a snapshot of everywhere in town for parking, every time of day, because it varies so much. Would I necessarily agree with Tuesday, Wednesday parking? Maybe not. Would I necessarily agree with every area that they did present us? Maybe not. Like we know, it was already mentioned around the hospital, it's busier. Greybrier is busier. But they tried to give us a variety of parking. And for that, I'll accept it as information. I appreciate how much hard work has gone into it. And I look forward to seeing what might happen with the land use bylaw when it comes forward at that point, where we can sit here and debate if we think we have enough information on it. But for now, this is what we have in front of us, and I think it is a great step forward in understanding the perception and the concerns of our residents for parking.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, comments, debate? Councilor Meyer, go ahead.
Well, I think we all know where I stand on this one, but I think this report is full of malarkey. I think it gives examples of biking as a solution. Oh, that's how they do it in BC. Well, guess what? It's cold and it snows here a whole lot. Councillor Loyens, I don't really see any reflection of residents' opinions in this, so I disagree with you on that one. I mean, I got it down here, page 27 of the report, at the bottom, I just want to quote you, just the quality of information. Parking demand will remain high if employees are reliant on vehicles to travel to work. I don't think that's changing, guys. And I think this report's full of sort of assumptions like that. So no, I'm not accepting it. There's such thing as accepting bad ideas, and this is a bad idea. And then I worry about letting cracking the door open a little, and then letting bad ideas in. So that's where I sit on this one, anyhow.
Thank you. Members of Council, any more questions, comments, debate? Thank you. Oh, Councilor Anderson, you had your hand up? You're good? Okay. Okay, so the motion is to accept the study for information. I will be supporting the motion. Councillor Meyer, I admire you because I don't know how I can read a report and then not have it retained in my head. So for you to not accept it for information after reading it, I have to learn that from you because I've already read it a couple times and the numbers are stuck in my head. That's why I'm going to recall some of these numbers later on. But I do applaud you for being able to have that ability to separate that. I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Okay. That is carried. Moving on to 9.2, the Town of Stony Plain Library Board Citizen at Large appointment. Go ahead, administration.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to all of Council. After Council's organizational meeting in October, administration became aware of a vacancy on the library board. So we're requesting the vacancy be filled by an individual that had applied and was interviewed during the recruitment process.
Okay, thank you. Members of Council, there is the recognition. Any questions, concerns regarding that? Councillor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just looking for some clarity here. This vacancy, it sounds like, came about after the organizational meeting, but the person is being appointed for a 3-year term for their second term. I'm just trying to understand, were they not reappointed? And if so, was there concerns?
Thank you for the question, through Your Worship, to Councillor Laurie. There appeared to be a bit of a miscommunication between the Library Board and Ledge Services when the new appointments came forward. And so the vacancy that was filled with one of the representatives that the Library Board put forward. They actually had 2 vacancies, and we didn't realize that they were reappointing the one member who was already on the board. The Library Board didn't realize they needed to provide that to us. So this is just correcting that. But ultimately, at the org meeting, we were aware of 1 vacancy. They put forward a name for that vacancy, so we appointed that individual. After the org meeting, the Library Board approached us to let us know there was actually 2 vacancies and that the existing member was intended to be appointed. They had assumed incorrectly that would automatically happen.
Excellent. Thank you for that clarity.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that clarity. Anything else? Any more members of council? Okay. See none. Councillor Hansard.
Your Worship, I just wanted to mention that some of us were given an opportunity on council I was able to accept, and then ended up riding with a lady who was wearing high heels and couldn't walk the distance, but we had an opportunity to tour the My Shack.
Yep. Councillor Hansard, can I ask you to make the motion, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were in discussion. Mr. Mayor, I move that Town Council appoint Rokas Bori to the Town of Stony Plain Library Board for a term starting January 1, 2025, ending December 31, 2027.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Hansard. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, that ends our business items. So moving on to council discussion, we'll move straight into Councillor Hansard. Go ahead.
Thank you, Worship. I was really pleased to be able to attend the tour, the guided tour that we received at the My Shack. Is it Metro Ballpark? Is that what they're calling it? What a fabulous facility that is. And from what we saw there, it looks big, but it's not near as big as it's going to be. And the really neat thing about that facility is that it was private dollars that are building it. Taxpayers are not footing the bill on that project, and it's going to bring a lot of attention and traffic into our area. And I certainly wish the city of Spruce Grove great success, and the My Shack group as well for that. But it was wonderful to be able to get some inside information on it and see how excited people are about that facility.
Thank you, Councillor Hansard. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick recognition for the Stony Plain Legion and the town staff involved in the Remembrance Day ceremony. Every year, just so impressed with the ceremony and how it comes together, and the turnout and support from the residents, not just in Stony Plain, but in the region at large. And want to express gratitude and thanks to the servicemen and women that go to work every day to protect our country, but also countries around the world. And also want to express gratitude to the families that are home, because we realize and recognize the sacrifice that is made by the entire family. And so a great opportunity yesterday with our ceremony and the follow-up at the Legion, but tremendous gratitude to all Canadian Forces members across the country.
Thank you. Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. There's been lots going on over the last couple of weeks and throughout our corporate planning as well, but absolutely I don't want to take away from anything that Councillor Anderson just said, Deputy Mayor Anderson just said. I think that is the most important thing that we just had in our Remembrance Day ceremony, and again, it was incredibly well attended. It always amazes me how our community shows up. And that is one thing that I absolutely love about our community. When you can pull into that pavilion parking lot and you have a hard time finding a parking space, funny enough, we just talked about parking, that, you know, that just shows how important it is to our community that we continue to honor and recognize both those currently serving and those who have served in the past and those who have made the ultimate sacrifice to allow us this freedom to talk about parking. Thank you, Your Worship.
Well said, Councillor Lorry. Councillor Meyer?
No, I don't think I can add anything more. I would just echo Councillor Anderson and Councillor Lorry's remarks about Remembrance Day.
Okay. Councillor Loynes?
Thank you, Your Worship. Besides the amazing Remembrance Day ceremony, we had the opportunity to be at the Pioneer Museum for the groundbreaking of their two new exhibits. One is military related and one is energy related, and it was great to see all those that came. We had our MLA there as well as representatives from both Parkland and obviously us from Stony Plain, and it was great to see all the hard work that has gone into that. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Pletchko.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson and Lori, for the Remembrance Day. Thank you, Councillor Loynes, for the Pioneer Museum. I just want to touch on the Kinsman Cookie campaign. It's out and strong if you're out and about and you can support the Kinsman, which goes right back to our community, both in the Tri-Region here for Christmas, to make the community better for those that can't have it. That would be a good way of supporting it this coming week. Other than that, I have nothing. Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much, Councillor Pletchko. Thank you. Thanks, members of council, for providing that. Definitely have to echo the same thoughts and feelings towards our staff and the Legion for getting the Remembrance Day ceremony together. It's always great to see so many individuals there from our community and around town to come out and pay our respects. It's nice to be able to kind of meet with everybody, see some of the veterans that have served overseas for us and protected our rights and freedoms. Just the ability to say thank you in person just kind of hits you in the feels where you're like, I'm here, I'm able to do my job, is because of the sacrifices you and your family made. So on behalf of our council and our community, we thank all the veterans for their service, those that are serving, and those that have paid the ultimate sacrifice and have not yet come home. So we thank you for that. Members of council, that comes to end of our agenda. There's no closed meeting tonight, so we will be adjourning. So thank you very much.